Good morning and welcome to the 22nd meeting of the Net Zero Energy and Transport Committee for 2025. Our first and only item on the business this morning is a Stage 2 consideration of the Land Reform Scotland Bill. And I welcome Mercedes Villalba, who is here for this item this morning. This is our third Stage 2 meeting, and the Stage 2 deadline at the moment is the 27th of June. The committee will meet again tomorrow evening to consider its Stage 2, the consideration of further Stage 2 amendments. A formal target has been set for these meetings, which means that the committee will not go beyond Part 2, Chapter 2. This means that the last group that can be debated before the end of tomorrow evening is the Tenant Farming Commissioner. Now, I am going to push through this morning to, well, it'll be into this afternoon to around 1:30, and we'll start hopefully promptly tomorrow night. Now, I could recap the procedure about how we do this, but I think we're all pretty close to understanding that by now. And if we aren't, my explanation is probably not going to help very much anyway. So I'll probably just leave that thing. And I'd just like to, before I go into the Stage 2, remind members and those watching of my declaration in the Register of Interest. And I'd just like to declare an interest in a farming partnership in Moray, as set out in my Register of Interest. Specifically, I declare an interest as owner of approximately 500 acres or 202 hectares of farmland, of which approximately 50 acres or 22 hectares is woodland. I also declare that I'm a tenant for approximately 500 acres in Moray under a non-agricultural tenancy, and I have another farming tenancy under the Agricultural Holdings Scotland Act 1991, and I also declare that sometimes I take grasslets on an annual basis if required. So let's move straight on to the script, which I have to say never gets smaller and unhelpfully is added to each week with some quite substantial amendments. But here we go. So I'm going to call Amendment 355 in the name of Mark Ruskell, grouped with Amendments 356, 357, 358, 486 and 514. Mark Ruskell, can I ask you to move Amendment 355 and speak to all the amendments in the group? Mark.
Thanks, Convener, and good morning to everybody. I hope you had a restful weekend and ready for the marathon to come this week. But yeah, happy to move Amendment 355, which seeks to address cases where community purchase of abandoned or neglected land is effectively stymied by a landowner, bringing only a tiny proportion of the landholding into use. And I'd like to illustrate this with the example of Lower Largo, a community who I've worked with since 2017. In Largo, there is the Largo Estate and Largo House, which is derelict and abandoned. I think if you went and you visited that site, you'd see it is clearly derelict, clearly been abandoned by the landowner. It's a site of real historical significance. It has Woods Tower on the estate, which was a fort that was built in the early 17th century for Scotland's first Sea Admiral. Fantastic, amazing history, well worth a visit. It also has some of Scotland's oldest walled gardens as well. And the community, seeing that this site has been abandoned and neglected, have really wanted to use the provisions under the Community Right to Buy legislation in order to take it over and to restore it and effectively turn it into a wonderful tourism opportunity for the local community. However, although most of the site is clearly abandoned and neglected, around 5% of the land has been developed as a horticultural business. And the community believe that under the current provisions within the law, that effectively thwarts their ability to buy this land using the abandoned and neglected land provisions within the Land Reform Act. So I'm bringing forward this amendment effectively to close that Largo loophole. The amendment would require that at least 50%, at least half of the site, is brought into use before it is no longer classed as abandoned or neglected. And I think this is pretty common sense. When we look at land We see the vast majority of land being abandoned and neglected. Clearly, the common sense definition of that is it is abandoned and neglected land, and it should therefore, the community should therefore have a right to be able to, register their interest and potentially take it over. So this would close a loophole that's blocked communities taking forward their rights to purchase unused land, and I'd be interested in the Cabinet Secretary's view on that. I recognise there is a wider community right to buy review that's happening. We've debated that already during stage 2, but this is an opportunity to close that loophole here today, and I'm really looking for commitments, if not to do this, then to take it forward in another way. Turning to other amendments in the group, Rhoda Grant's amendments 356, 357 look to improve recognition of crofting communities in the community right to buy regs. Keen to support these, listen to the discussion. Similarly supportive of Monica Lennon's 514 on common good land. Listen to CabSec's comments on that and how it could be taken forward. I'm not entirely sure what 486 from Tim Eagle is trying to achieve, but again, we'll listen to Mr. Eagle's comments on that. It seems that it's requiring a community right to buy a review, and my understanding is that's already happening in the government. But again, I'll listen to the debate and I'll offer a few comments in closing. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you very much, Mark. Now, I believe, Mercedes Fialba, you are going to move Rhoda Grant's Amendment 356 and speak to the other amendments in the group. So over to you, Mercedes.
Good morning. Thank you, Convener. Yes, I'd like to speak to and move the amendment in the name of Rhoda Grant's name, 356 and 357 and 358, and just to place on the record that both Rhoda Grant and I are members of the Cooperative Party. Amendment 356 relates to, after Section 3, the power to modify crofting community right to buy provisions. It's of regret that the Scottish Government has not reviewed and consulted on right to buy provisions prior to taking forward this piece of legislation. It makes this legislation incomplete, and it means that although the Scottish Government can tick a box saying that they have delivered a land reform bill, they're doing so in the knowledge that it is incomplete. If the current reviews indicate the need for further legislation to make the law workable, to change the land ownership patterns in Scotland, the Scottish Government will then have to find time to legislate again. Therefore, these amendments would grant Scottish ministers powers to modify the crofting community right to buy legislation without bringing forward primary legislation. Changes, of course, would have to be consulted on prior to any regulations coming forward and scrutinised by this Parliament. Amendment 357 is similar and grants Scottish ministers power to modify community right to buy provisions. And Amendment 358 requires Cooperative Development Scotland to support community benefit societies in exercising the community right to buy. Most community buyouts will be co-ops of one kind or another, for example, community groups, sheep stock clubs, and the like. Cooperative Development Scotland exists within Scottish Enterprise, and we could therefore use this as a vehicle to promote community cooperative ownership.
Thank you very much, Mercedes. Now, I should have welcomed you, Tim Eagle, at the start of the meeting, for which is an admission on my behalf, which I know you will forgive me for. But so I'm going to ask you to speak to Amendment 486 and any other amendments in the group, Tim.
Well, thank you and good morning, Convener. My Amendment 486 introduces a new section for a review of the community right to buy. As Mark Ruskell has pointed out, the Scottish Government announced a review into the community right to buy last year, but I have heard from stakeholders that they are disappointed that this bill is proceeding before the conclusion of that review. Therefore, this amendment seeks to introduce that review within the bill and introduce a less onerous pre-registration of interest stage to be included and to be brought forward if appropriate.
Thank you. I'm going to call Monica Lennon now to speak to Amendment 514 and any other amendments in the group. Monica.
Thank you, Convener. So 514 is the only amendment in my name in this group. Common goods, it's the oldest form of community ownership in Scotland and it dates back to the 13th century. It is an important part of the heritage of many communities, and such places should have the opportunity to take back ownership and control of these assets should they wish to do so. With the abolition of town councils 50 years ago in May 1975, 194 of Scotland's boroughs lost ownership and control of land and other assets which they had held for centuries in many cases. Through 2 reorganisations of local government, the administration of these assets has been somewhat chaotic and has lacked direct accountability to the communities concerned. An example in Fife, and I hope Mark Ruskell wouldn't contradict me, there are 25 boroughs, 25 distinct communities from St Andrews to Dunfermline, all whose common good is owned and governed by the local authority there, Fife Council. If we believe in community empowerment, in community ownership and in community wealth building, these highly significant and historic assets should be owned by communities to whom they belong. So Amendment 514 ensures that there will be a legal framework to enable this to happen should communities wish. The amendment, as drafted, suggests that this can be done by way of an amendment to the Land Reform Scotland Act of 2003, but I am open to hearing other ways of achieving this same goal. The amendment also refers to the right to buy common goods assets, and I want to make clear that these assets already belong to these communities and they should not have to pay money for them. So I would expect transfer of ownership to be at a nominal cost, and the phrase "to buy" is better read as meaning to transfer ownership. So, yeah, that's all I have to say on Amendment 514.
Thank you, Monica. Just looking around to see if any other member wants to speak. I'd like to make Douglas. I'll go to you first, then I'll make some.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make the point that I think making changes to the right to buy process in this bill, when there's already a review taking place, I think could really add a lot of confusion. I think it's asking for trouble. So I support Tim Eagle's amendment, looking for that to be coming forward as soon as possible. In terms of Mark Ruskell's amendment, I guess one of the concerns I have, and maybe you'll address this at the end, it says 50% of land is frequently used. I'm not sure what the definition of that, of frequently used, would be, and maybe Mark will clear that up in his closing remarks.
Okay. Thank you. I've got a couple of comments, if I may, before I call in the Cabinet Secretary. Looking at Amendments 356 and 357 relating to crofting, I'm struggling in my mind to see why they're required, because crofting has a fairly easy and understood way of purchasing land and on what value as far as the crofting land is concerned. As regards the common grazing is concerned, it becomes more complicated because the common grazings may not be attached to people who are actually active crofters. The common grazings may actually be held by active crofters and non-active crofters. And I think this will add confusion. I think the Cabinet Secretary is going to be bringing a crofting bill forward, and my suggestion would be that if there was wanting to be changed to the multitude of crofting legislation, that the place for that would be in that legislation rather than in this legislation. But I'd be interested to hear what the Cabinet Secretary says. Turning to Amendment 355 in the name of Mark Ruskell, I understand what's trying to be achieved here, but I don't understand the mechanical way of achieving it, giving a right to buy, and how you then value the land, whether you value it on the percentage that's being unused or the percentage that's being used, and whether you then, for somebody who is probably only or could be able to only use a smaller percentage than 50%, should be penalised, and therefore how it would affect their property rights. I'm also concerned that we went through the whole of this land reform bill when we were knowing that there was a consultation on the right to buy, and that hadn't been fed in before we considered amendments to right to buy in this bill, which I think is flawed. But I'm to be very keen to hear what the Cabinet Secretary has to say, and now is your moment, Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you very much, Convener. And just to thank everyone for the points that they've made in the discussion on this today. And first of all, I heard that criticism throughout the evidence that the committee took on the bill in relation to the timing of the Community Right to Buy review. I accept that, and the points that have been made by yourself, Convener, and from Mercedes Vialba in respect to that as well. However, that is a significant piece of work, and I think it is really important as well that we continue with the significant work we're taking forward just now in relation to the land reform legislation that we're discussing today. I think on some of the points, I think some of the examples that Mark Ruskell touched on are really important, and I think highlight why this review is so important. And that's the only reason that I would be asking members not to support the amendments largely in this group today, is purely because these are exactly the kind of issues we need to tease out through the course of that review. I'm more than happy to have discussions with Mark Ruskell and other members of the committee as well to discuss some of their concerns in more detail. I think, as I set out in relation to a point from Douglas Lumsden last week, we are looking to publish the consultation on the Community Right to Buy review within the coming weeks, and the intention then is to outline and publish the overall outcome of that review towards the end of this year as well. So I'm happy to engage in those conversations with members throughout that, and so that we can pick out these specific examples that highlight issues with the Community Right to Buy as it exists. There are a couple of amendments. I was grateful to hear from Monica Lane, and I think some of the rationale behind that amendment. I don't believe it's necessary because the rights to buy don't exclude common good land. I accept what Monica Lane, I think, is trying to say, and that it's about not having to necessarily purchase that land. But it's also not clear from the drafting what seize in this context means. But I also wasn't sure why Aberdeen, Dundee, Edinburgh and Glasgow councils are excluded from that. So that's why I would ask the committee to oppose that amendment. And again, the only reason I'm not agreeing to the amendment from Tim Eagle is on the basis that we are undertaking the review right now, and I think that would just mean that once the bill had passed, we would have to do another review in quick succession, which I don't think would be necessary.
Thank you. I'll ask Mark Russell to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 355. Mark.
Okay, thanks very much, Convener. And I suppose we are where we are, really, with this legislation. I mean, I think there is a lot of frustration within communities. You know, there's the call for reform, particularly with crofting legislation. There is now a bill that's being presented to Parliament. There is a long-awaited, community right to buy review. But some of these issues are really long-standing. I mean, the Largo community have been active on this since 2017, and it's clear that the law, as it's currently constructed, isn't working. So in terms of the intricacies of valuations and buyouts, I mean, the provision on abandoned and neglected land has really very rarely been tested. And partly the reason is because, it's not a robust provision. There are these loopholes within there which allow landowners to, effectively avoid that and bypass that right that communities have. So, I welcome the comments in the Cabinet Secretary that she recognises that the examples that have been raised today are something that will absolutely be consulted on and reflected on from that community right to buy and review. I think, look forward to that process, and hopefully that will be timely, and hopefully the next government that comes in will be able to act timely on this, because I don't want me or my successor or whatever to be sat here, MSPs and Fife, making this point in another 5 years' time, perhaps in another land reform bill, where the communities are still trying to get control over historic assets that are abandoned and neglected and are quite literally just crumbling away right now because of a technicality, effectively, and that's holding back. Economic development is holding back. Conservation is holding back, the vision of communities around Scotland, and I think that's a shame. So, yeah, I mean, I won't move 355 on that basis, but I look forward to continuing that conversation with the Cabinet Secretary and taking that forward into the community right to buy review in the months ahead.
Thank you, Mark. Just to clarify, Mark Ruskell wishes to withdraw Amendment 355. Does anyone object to this amendment being withdrawn? No one does. The Amendment 355 is therefore withdrawn. I call Amendment 356 in the name of Rhoda Grant, already debated with Amendment 355. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
Move.
Thank you. The question is Amendment 356 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No, we're not. There will be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. And for the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against the amendment. and those who wish to abstain, of which there can be none mathematically. So there are, on Amendment 356, there are 2 votes for, 5 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 356 is not agreed. I call Amendment 357 in the name of Rhoda Grant, already debated with Amendment 355. Mercedes Vialba, to move or not moved?
Not move.
Thank you, Mercedes. I call Amendment 358, I think it is, in the name of Rhoda Grant, already debated with Amendment 355. Mercedes Vialba, to move or not moved?
Not moved.
Thank you. So, now turning to lotting land transfers, call Amendment 426 in the name of Tim Eagle, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. I remind members that of the preemption and direct alternatives in the group as set out in the groupings. Tim Eagle to move Amendment 426 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Well, thank you, Convener, and happy to move Amendment 426. We've reached lotting, which I know there's been a lot of discussion around various different previous parts of this bill, but this is one of the parts that I think is most concerned, has a lot of owners of land most concerned. My Amendment 426 seeks to remove the part of the bill that allows ministers to transfer part of a lot involved in a lotting decision. I'm happy to listen to the Cabinet Secretary's explanation around this, but I wasn't sure why ministerial approval was needed to approve transfer of part of a lot, and I have concerns that it will put a brake on the system. My Amendment 428 seeks to increase the land size threshold, which will be subject to prohibitions in terms of Section 2 of the bill from 1,000 hectares to 2,500, and that's in line with arguments I've previously made. My Amendments 430 and 431 are further amendments to delete composite from the bill. As such, I am not minded to support the Cabinet Secretary's amendments on composite holdings in this group, as I do not support the idea of composite holdings being included in this, believing it to be unworkable. This still means that 2 land holdings could be located in opposite areas of the country with very different requirements. However, I will be guided by her explanation, and I will be opposed to Mark Ruskell MSP's amendments in this group, which will seek to increase the area threshold in terms of defining what is contiguous. My amendments 166 and 167 removes the ability for ministers provided by inserted section 67Y to modify parts of section 4 by regulations, such as modifications to the land size threshold of land considered for lotting decisions. Again, I think the threshold should be on the face of the bill. My Amendment 167 also seeks to prevent ministers from lowering the land size threshold in the future. I'll briefly mention the remaining amendments in the group. Amendment 429, I will be happy to support my colleague Rachel Hamilton MSP's amendment, which is an important amendment to ensure the land referred to on the bill is contiguous. As such, I will not be supporting Mercedes Vilalba's MSP's Amendment 140, which seeks to delete contiguous from the face of the bill. I am not intending to support Michael Matheson MSP's amendments, as I do not wish to see an extension of lotting. Amendment 432, I'm interested to hear the policy intention behind Monica Lennon MSP's Amendment 432. And finally, I would have opposed Mercedes Vilalba's MSP's amendments in this group, as I want to see the threshold increased and have brought forward a number of amendments to this effect. Thank you.
Very much, Tim. And just to remind you, whilst you might oppose them, it'll be the committee members that vote on them, rather than you. So we've logged your views. Michael Matheson, can I ask you to speak to Amendment 138 and any other amendments in the group, please?
Convener, Amendment 138 relates to my earlier amendments on sites of community significance, which I never moved, and these were consequential to that.
Thank you. I'm therefore going to call Mark Ruskell to speak to Ariane Burgess' Amendment 6 and any of her other amendments, because you'll get a chance to speak to the other amendments in the group later, Mark.
So I won't be moving Amendments 6 to 9, and I also won't be moving 147A, 147B, which have already been debated in earlier groups.
Okay. So I'm going to call, I think it's Douglas Lumsden, to speak to Rachel Hamilton's Amendment 429 and any other amendments in the group. Douglas.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 429 in Rachel Hamilton's name aims to avoid implementation of the 50-hectare rule set out in subsection 67G and make it more practicable. Some larger land holdings have had a programme of land sales over the last number of years, and if the bill had been in place, the provisions would actually have made the process more difficult, increasing the time taken for these transfers to take place or blocking them all together. And I don't don't think that's the intention of this subsection. Where the owner of a large landholder is negotiating voluntarily with a number of buyers for various plots, these would all trigger prior notification notices under subsection 46C, and therefore, where some of the transfers are above 50 hectares, it would also then bring the total area being sold within the bill's lotting provisions, causing a further prohibition on any of the sales until the lotting decision is made. If there is a requirement that the areas above 50 hectares had to be contiguous with a larger landholding, then it would meet the objective of reducing concentration of ownership, but would still allow separate sales, each of over 50 hectares, for example, around the edge of a landholding, but not in the vicinity of each, without having to worry about triggering the lotting provisions and therefore holding up sales to sitting tenants or communities. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. And I'm now going to call Mercedes Villalba to speak to Amendment 140 and any other amendments in the group. Mercedes.
Thank you, Convener. The purpose of Amendments 140 and 145 are to ensure aggregated non-contiguous landholdings across Scotland fall under the definition of large holding of land when applying the prohibitions. As before, with Amendments 43 and 47 and 122 and 125 in previous groupings, non-contiguous landholdings over the threshold limit will be left out of the effect of the bill. By removing the requirement for landholdings to border each other, it ensures that large landowners of multiple estates...
Hold on. You've disappeared. You're back on, Mercedes.
Thank you. I'll just start that sentence again. By removing the requirement for landholdings to border each other, it ensures that large landowners of multiple estates across the country will be in the scope of the bill. This will ensure that the bill fulfils its goal of disrupting concentrated national level patterns of land ownership by the few. Taken with 43 and 47, 122 and 125, 140 and 145 therefore remove loopholes on contiguous landholdings and include aggregated landholdings. The intention is for thresholds to only be adjusted downwards. Therefore, my Amendment 171, in the same manner as 109 and 133 did previously, amends the bill to specify that the regulations must not increase the number of hectares that the land must exceed in order for the obligations/prohibitions to be imposed on the land. Therefore, Amendment 171, taken together with Amendments 109 and 133, ensure that thresholds cannot be revised upwards. If I could also speak to Amendments 6, 7, 8 and 9 in the name of Ariane Burgess, I've long campaigned for more democratic land ownership and a practical 500-hectare threshold. This was central to my proposed Land Ownership and Public Interest Scotland Bill consultation. The purpose of 6, 7 and 8 is to reduce the threshold definition of large landholdings, and the purpose of 9 is to insert islands criterion. These amendments will reduce the lotting limits from 1,000 to 500 hectares, making the powers apply to land which exceeds 500 hectares and land which exceeds 50 hectares as part of a large landholding exceeding 500 hectares. And I'm fully supportive of these amendments, as I believe my colleague Monica Lennon is. Thank you.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary, can I ask you to speak to Amendment 141 and any other amendments in the group? Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Convener. I think in relation to the amendments that I'm bringing forward in those groups, I think that they're mirrored in other sections, and I think we've largely debated the key points of that. But I would just point out a few within this group. Obviously, with 141, 143, 146, we're strengthening the definitions of composite holding, and amendments 142, 144 and 148 are just resolving some cross-referencing errors that were identified in the provisions following introduction. And Amendment 147 is similar to other amendments 49 and 127 debated in groups 3 and 10, allowing for non-contiguous areas of land to form a holding, providing they're within 250 metres of each other. So I would ask committee to support all these amendments. Again, touching on the amendments that have been put forward by Mark Ruskell, again, hopefully we can have further conversations, and as I've already stated, we've largely debated the substance of those in previous groups. I think the same applies for Tim Eagle's amendments. I think I would just want to point out in 426, which I think was a particular amendment that Tim Eagle talked about there and was looking for clarification on, because I think, while I appreciate what he might be trying to intend to do, I think the amendment as it's drafted would actually have the opposite effect, and that it would mean that we would never be able to transfer part of a lot. So I think it's important to highlight that element. And also, just to correct an understanding of composite, I think Tim Eagle in his comments had suggested that this would apply to other parcels of land across Scotland, which isn't the case because of the composite measures that we've introduced here and how we've defined that in the bill. Again, in relation to Ariane Burgess's amendments, Mercedes Viaba's, we've debated the substance of that. I don't tend to rehearse those agreements again, the discussions that we've had on that here, but again, I would set out that I would oppose those amendments. And in relation to Michael Matheson, I ask that he doesn't press these. Rachel Hamilton's amendment 429 would actually run counter to my amendment 147, so I would again recommend that that's opposed. And I think finally, on Monica Lennon's amendment 432, it would exempt land owned by Scottish ministers from the transfer test provisions. I'm obviously interested to hear more about the rationale behind this amendment, but I do think that as the largest landholder in Scotland, I think the public sector does have a duty to lead by example, so that's why I would recommend that this amendment is opposed. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I now call on Mark Ruskell to speak to Amendment 147A and any other amendments in the group. You've sort of said you're not going to push them, but procedurally, are you happy with that? I'm happy to move straight on then to Monica Lennon, who wants to speak to Amendment 432 and any other amendments in the group. Monica.
Thank you, Convener, and grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for her comments a few seconds ago. So the purpose of 432 is to remove the conflict of interest that appears evident where Scottish ministers exercise powers under Section 4 of the bill in relation to large land holdings that they own and are proposing to sell, or large land holdings that ministers are seeking to acquire. And the amendment achieves this by removing land owned by Scottish ministers from the scope of the bill's powers in Section 4. This may not be the only way to achieve this, but it does appear to be the simplest. I listened to an interaction between Rachel Hamilton, MSP, and the Cabinet Secretary at stage 1, and I heard the Minister explain that she doesn't agree that such a conflict of interest exists. So I'll make 2 observations in response to that. First, that it appears self-evident that if a person or organisation is simultaneously seeking to sell land or acquire land and also has a statutory power to intervene in that process, then this is a classic example of a conflict of interest. And then secondly, Section 6 of the bill disqualifies any person who either owns or has owned land within the year prior to, who either owns or has owned a large landholding within the year prior to appointment to the role of Land and Communities Commissioner. The committee did recommend this disqualification be dropped when we did our Stage 1 report, but the government took a different view. If the very small risk of any conflict arising from the Land and Communities Commissioner, because they do or had in the previous year owned a large landholding, is considered sufficient to justify the disqualification, perhaps the Cabinet Secretary can explain why ministers can make decisions under Section 2 and 4 of the bill when they themselves own the land or are seeking to acquire the land that is subject of those powers. I think we do need to clear this up. What I do want to emphasise is that the benefits to communities provided by the bill can still be achieved in relation to land owned by Scottish ministers, even though they are excluded from its scope, since asset transfer provisions will still apply and Scottish ministers are free to make their own decisions about lotting, for example.
Thank you very much, Monica. And now, I think, Bob Doris, you wanted to speak at this stage.
Just very briefly in relation to some of Tim Eagle's amendments. If I've got it right, Amendment 428 would increase the threshold for the transfer test, which I would not be supportive of. I think we've got the balance right in relation to that. But I think it's Amendment 166, where Mr Eagle believes that any future changes to the thresholds should be conducted by primary legislation and not through regulations, which I think is mainly unheard of in this type of legislation. I would really not be supportive of that whatsoever. He's got a further amendment, I understand, Convener, where we can use regulations so secondary legislation to increase thresholds but not to decrease them. So I would not be supportive of the policy intent around Mr Eagle's amendments. I think it's quite counterproductive. Mercedes Villalba, I was sympathetic to her comments around thresholds not going up the way. But I suppose in a later grouping I'll be looking at reviews perhaps every 5 years with the Scottish Land Commission to make sure the thresholds across the board are at the right level. I don't think we can have an independent, fair, robust, transparent review when we've got legislation that means thresholds can only go in one direction. I think we have to be led by the evidence and the lived experience after this bill becomes an act, and there's a lived experience of how it works in practice. For that reason, I wouldn't be able to support the policy intent of Mercedes Villalba, although I'm sympathetic to what she's trying to achieve.
Thank you very much. Mr Doris, if there's no other members that wish to speak, I'm going to ask Tim Eagle to wind up and press or withdraw your amendment 426. Mr Eagle. Tim.
Thank you, Convener. I haven't got much to add here. I suppose just in reply to Bob Doris, MSP, it's no great surprise. I mean, this is what I've argued before, that I suppose what I'm trying to do is take as many people out of the lotting process as I possibly can, and I think we just disagree fundamentally on the direction of travel, but that's fair enough, and I respect your views on that. And I think that's it, actually, Convener, so happy to press 426, is that right?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Mr Eagle. So therefore, hold on. Yeah. So the question is that Amendment 426 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. Okay, on Amendment 426, there are 2 votes for, 5 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 426 is not agreed. I therefore call Amendment 427 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 310. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Move.
The question is, Amendment 427 be agreed. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart's voting against this amendment. So on Amendment 427, there are 2 votes for, there's 5 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 427 is not agreed. I therefore call Amendment 138 in the name of Michael Matheson, already debated with Amendment 426. Michael Matheson to move or not move? Not moved. Thank you. Therefore, I will call Amendment 6 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 6 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 426. I remind members that if Amendments 6 and Amendments 46 and 428 are direct alternatives. Now, Mark Ruskell, did I hear that you are not moving that amendment?
Not moved, Convener.
Okay. So, thank you. Therefore, I call Amendment 428 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 426. Tim Eagle to move or not move? So the question is, Amendment 428 be agreed. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Thank you. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. So on Amendment 428, there are 2 votes for, there are 5 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 428 is not agreed. I call Amendment 7 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 426. Mark Ruskell, move or not move? Sorry? Not moved. Thank you. I call Amendment 429 in the name of... Sorry? Am I all right? Yeah. So, call Amendment 429 in the name of Rachel Hamilton, already debated with Amendment 426. Rachel Hamilton to... Douglas, you're going to do that. Douglas Lumsden to move or not move?
Not moved, Convener.
Okay, thank you. So I call Amendment 139 in the name of Michael Matheson, already debated with Amendment 426. Michael Matheson to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. So I call Amendment 430 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 426. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Not move.
Okay. I call Amendment 8 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 426. Mark Ruskell to move or not move?
I'd like to move it.
Yes, you can, of course, move it. So the question is, Amendment 8 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against the amendment. Yeah. So on Amendment 8, there are 2 votes for, there are 5 votes against, therefore Amendment 8 is not agreed. Call Amendment 9 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 426. Mark Ruskell to move or not move? I call Amendment 140 in the name of Mercedes v Alba, already debated with Amendment 426. Mercedes v Alba to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is, Amendment 140 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against the amendment. And those who wish to abstain, please raise their hands. So, Amendment 140, there's 1 vote for, there are 5 votes against, and there's 1 abstention. So, therefore, Amendment 40 is not agreed. I call Amendment 431 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 426. I remind members that if Amendment 431 is agreed, I cannot call Amendments 141, 142, 143, 144, 145 and 146 due to a preemption. Therefore, Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Not move.
Okay. So I call Amendment 141 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 426. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
Okay, the question is Amendment 141 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting for the amendment. Those against the amendment, please raise their hands. So on Amendment 141, there are 4 votes for, there are 3 votes against. The amendment is agreed. I call Amendment 142 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 426. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
The question is Amendment 142 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 143 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 426. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 143 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 144 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 426. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
The question is Amendment 144 be agreed. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 145 in the name of Mercedes v Alba, already debated with Amendment 426. Mercedes v Alba to move or not move?
Not moved.
Okay, I call Amendment 146 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 426. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 146 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No, we're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting for this amendment. Those against the amendment, please raise their hands. So on Amendment 146, there are 4 votes for, there are 3 votes against, therefore the Amendment 146 be agreed. I call Amendment 147 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 426. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
I call, therefore, Amendment 147A in the name of Mark Ruskell, already debated with Amendment 426. Mark Ruskell, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Okay, I therefore call Amendment 147B in the name of Mark Ruskell, already debated with Amendment 426. Mark Ruskell, to move on. Okay, Cabinet Secretary, can I ask you to formally move your amendment?
Moved.
Okay, so the question is Amendment 147 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Kevin Stewart, for the record, is voting for this amendment. Those against, please raise their hands. So when it comes to Amendment 147, there were 4 votes for, there were 3 votes against, therefore Amendment 147 be agreed. I call Amendment 148 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 426. Cabinet Secretary, to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 148 be agreed. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 432 in the name of Monica Lennon, already debated with Amendment 426. Monica Lennon, to move or not move?
Not moved.
So I call Amendment 433 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 310. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 433 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. So there are 2 votes in relation to Amendment 433. There are 2 votes for. There's 5 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 433 is not agreed. Now, let's go on to lotting decisions. I'm going to call Amendment 434 in the name of Tim Eagle, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. I must point out that if Amendment 436 is agreed to, I cannot call amendments 437, 438, 149, 439 and 440. Tim Eagle, can I ask you to move Amendment 434 and speak to all amendments in the group?
I can, Convener. Thank you very much, and apologies. I think there's quite a few in here that I need to speak to. Amendment 434 allows for landowners or creditors to include their own plan when making a valid application for lotting to ministers. This plan would set out the proposed lots for the purpose of the land being transferred in, and I welcome comments from the Cabinet Secretary around my thoughts around this. Amendment 436 seeks to delete the entire section in the bill, which allows for an expedited lotting decision. Now, that is not because I do not support an expedited lotting decision, I very much do, but rather because I find that section a little bit unclear. I have other amendments on timing, but I would be grateful to hear from the Cabinet Secretary on her approach to this section. My Amendment 437 changes the wording of the expedited lotting decisions to emergency lotting decisions to better reflect the circumstances in which an emergency lotting decision is needed for those facing hardship. My Amendment 438 is along similar lines. Currently, the bill allows ministers to make expedited lotting decisions in the sense that they may make such conditions if they are satisfied. This amendment changes that to they must make such a decision. This seeks to ensure that those facing hardship can rely on such an emergency procedure if conditions are met. My amendments 149 and 439 add in a time frame to the expedited or emergency lotting decision. Amendment 149 sets a time frame of 14 days, while 439 cuts this to 7 days. This seeks to ensure a quick decision for those who need it. Here I look forward to hearing the Cabinet Secretary's approach. My Amendment 440 offers a second option following my Amendment 149 and 439. If members do not agree to a set of 14 or 7 days period, this amendment seeks to require ministers to set a specific period by regulations. My Amendment 441 and 445 seeks to add to the definition of community in Section 67N to make it clear that this must be restricted to communities in the vicinity, and I argued that in the previous section as well. 67N allows ministers to make lotting decisions if the decision would be more likely to lead to it being used in ways that might make a community more sustainable. My Amendment 442 seeks to add the word significantly to sustainable to add more clarity to the provision as drafted. My Amendment 443 requires that when ministers are making lotting decisions, they must consider environmental designations and any contractual arrangements. This avoids any lotting decisions having unintended negative environmental impacts by inferring interfering with existing processes and also avoiding interfering with pre-existing commercial arrangements. My Amendment 444 puts a duty on ministers to specify lots during a lotting decision which have been specified in a plan submitted by the landowner or creditor when an application for a lotting decision to be made has been submitted. My Amendment 447 adds a new requirement to consider if a community body has a registered interest in the land. As currently drafted, the bill requires ministers to have specific regard to certain provisions when making a lotting decision. This amendment seeks to shift some of the responsibility onto communities to proactively engage with landowners and register their interest. My Amendment 157 seeks to add in timescales to the face of the bill. Currently, the bill, via newly inserted section 67p, requires ministers to review a lotting decision if they receive a valid application asking them to do so. There is, however, no time period setting out when that decision will take place. I believe that to be a failure within the bill. Amendment 157 would require that decision is made no later than 60 days after the application is made. Setting a time period, you certainly can.
I'd just like for some clarity to understand why you think 60 days is an appropriate period. Do you have experience of lotting, and is it possible to do that within 60 days?
So we discussed this quite significantly, actually, behind the scenes. We actually came up with 60 days because we thought that was reflective of the current planning process. So it sort of fitted in with what's already out there in legislative requirements.
Thank you.
Setting a time period to this seeks to avoid landowners being stuck for waiting for a decision for an undefined period of time and for potential sales to be hindered in the process. My Amendment 448 deletes some of the conditions set out in newly inserted 67p relating to when an application requesting the lotting decision is valid. The bill, as currently drafted, sets out that the application is valid if, in the case of the first application to ask for a review of a lotting decision, more than 1 year after the decision was made, or in other cases more than a year after ministers received the last application to review the lotting decision. This amendment deletes that. I do not believe that landowners should have to wait a year to reapply. Similarly, my Amendment 449 deletes some of the conditions set out in Section 4 relating to when an application received requesting a lotting decision is valid. The bill, as currently drafted, requires for the application to be valid to be made in the case of the first application to ask for a review of a lotting decision, more than 1 year after the decision, or in other cases, more than a year after ministers received the last application to review the lotting decision. This amendment seeks to replace that with only a 6-month waiting period between a previous application for review. My Amendment 457 seeks to introduce a third option to the appeals process. Landowners can appeal against a decision that their land can only be transferred in lots via 67U. Currently, on receiving that appeal, the court can either uphold the lotting decision or quash the lotting decision. This amendment allows them to also rule that the land is to be lotted in accordance with any plan submitted by the landowner at the time the lotting decision was being made. This recognises that the proposals in the plan may be better, more sympathetic to the land use and more commercially realistic. My Amendment 163 adds in a new section to the bill. It allows for prohibitions on the land and after no lotting decision is made or no review of a lotting decision is made within 60 days to be lifted. This would avoid sales being significantly impacted by the fact no decision has been made by ministers. This is, I think, probably the most critically important part of this, and that's around making sure we get correct timeframes on the bill when ministers are making a lotting decision. And finally, my Amendment 461 seeks to improve parliamentary scrutiny of this framework bill. Amendment 461 requires any regulations made under these parts to be subject to sections 98(5) of the 2003 Act. That means that any statutory instruments made under these parts must be laid before Parliament and approved by this Scottish Parliament. And I'm going to stop there if that's okay, Convener.
Thank you very much, Tim. I'm going to call Douglas Lumsden to speak to Rachel Hamilton's Amendment 435 and any other amendments in the group.
Okay, thank you, Convener. There will be situations where there are good reasons why one or more transfers of over 50 hectares should be allowed to happen without the delay and expense to the public purse of a lotting decision having to be made over the larger holding of which they form part. Applying for a 67L direction may be a step an owner takes early in the process before actually purporting to transfer any land, because they anticipate they will wish to make a series of transfers of smaller areas. This could be voluntary sales of farms over 50 hectares to sitting tenants falling outside of agricultural holdings legislation. The Government have set out these kinds of voluntary transfers are to be encouraged in order to achieve the aims of the bill. But as drafted, it is clear that it would obfuscate this. This Amendment 435 would remove that potential barrier with specific safeguards in place to prevent any loopholes to be exploited. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you, Douglas. And I'm going to ask the Deputy Convener, Michael Matheson, to speak to Amendment 152 and any other amendments in the group. Michael.
Thank you, Convener. These relate to my earlier amendments, which relate to the issue of public interest. Amendments 152 and 153 will amend the 2003 Act, which will require where a lotting decision is being taken, in addition to specifying what those lots would be, is that there must be a statement provided as to the reasons why ministers consider that a decision is to be in the public interest in doing so, which will provide greater transparency to the process. Amendment 156 relates again to the issue of public interest and places a duty on ministers to issue guidance about how lotting decisions are to be made, including the circumstances in which ministers are to instruct the LCC to carry out any initial review on their behalf. And Amendment 159 also relates again to lotting decisions and the requirement to make sure that they are referenced in how that lotting decision is being undertaken, and relates again to my Amendment 158 previously discussed.
Thank you, Michael. I'm now going to call it, I think it's Mercedes v Alba. You're going to speak to Rhoda Grant's Amendment 359 and any other amendments in the group. Mercedes.
I am. Thank you very much, Convener. Amendment 359 allows for ministers to make a lotting decision on the basis that the lotted land will be put into crofting tenure. This provides the ability to increase the number of crofts available, and we know there is a waiting list for crofts. We also know that crofts provide the opportunity to grow food and provide a house site for the crofter to build a house to live in. Amendment 360 extends the provision for ministers to explain their decision with regards to lotting to similarly explain their decision with regards to lotting for crofts, and it's a consequential amendment to 359. Amendment 361 allows ministers to have regard to local food production when making decisions about lotting and about creating new crofts. We need to encourage local food production, and this amendment would help encourage that within communities. Amendment 362 is consequential in that it includes a definition of crofting counties. Amendment 363 ensures that lots created or new crofts do not impinge on the current crofts and common grazings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mercedes. Cabinet Secretary, I think it comes to you to speak to Amendment 154 and any of the other amendments in the group. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you very much, Convener, and I'll speak to my own amendments before turning to others in the group. So, in relation to Amendments 155, 160 and 169, we're introducing or proposing to introduce a 6-month timescale for both initial and replacement lotting decisions. And ultimately, these timescales have been based on consideration of what could be appropriate for a lotting decision, where engagement with the landowner, local communities and provision of expert advice from a land agent would be required. But I think it's important to set out that in many cases a decision could be made well within those timescales that have been set out. For example, if under the initial scoping by the Land and Communities Commissioner indicates that lotting wouldn't be appropriate, that wouldn't take that full period. So that's why I would recommend the committee supports my amendments in relation to that. Now, I know that Tim Eagle touched on his amendments and the timescales that he's looking to introduce there with the 60 days. However, I do think that instead of applying the 60-day timescale for decisions, and that would include lifting prohibitions where these were not met, I think there could, while I can't agree with that initial amendment to the initial lotting decision, I think there could be some scope to consider the timescales on review of that. So if Tim Eagle's happy not to press that amendment, I'd be happy to have that discussion with him ahead of stage 3. Ultimately, these timescales could be impractical in cases where land agent advice or further consultation with the landowner or the local community is going to be needed needed, and lifting the prohibitions would penalise a local community who may have benefited from a lotting decision. And then just briefly on Amendment 154, it removes the requirement for ministers to have regard to the frequency with which land in the community's vicinity becomes available for purchase on the open market, and that is on the back of the advice that had come forward from the Scottish Land Commission in relation to that. And Michael Matheson's amendments, I don't have much to add there, just to recommend that the committee would support these, because as he set out, that will provide additional clarity to lotting decisions, including a duty on ministers to set out guidance in relation to that. I think just coming back to the rest of the amendments in Tim Eagle's name, I'd be happy to support amendments 441 and 445 because they clarify that when ministers are considering impacts on a community as part of a lotting decision, should be a community in the vicinity of the land holding, and I think that's consistent with the overall intention of the bill. However, I would recommend rejecting the other amendments that have been put forward in this group, mainly because they are seeking to undercut the overall policy aims of what we're trying to achieve in this section, forcing decisions not to law or narrowing the circumstances where ministers could require lotting. However, I would be, again, happy to engage and have further discussion with Tim Eagle ahead of Stage 3 on Amendments 448 and 449, because I appreciate the rationale to allow people to request a review earlier than the bill at present allows, but I think these amendments would go too far in allowing successive review requests one after another, and there would be resulting implications of that on overall government resource. So hopefully Tim Eagle is happy to engage in that conversation with me. Tim Eagle's amendment seeking further detail in relation to expedited decisions would be covered as part of the guidance that would be required as part of the amendments that Michael Matheson has set out today as well. And similarly, regulations on applications are the place for information about when it would be appropriate for the landowner to submit lotting proposals. So this would have the added benefit, I think, of allowing that further consultation, which I think is really important, with all the relevant stakeholders on both of these matters. I think turning now to Douglas Lumsden's amendments, I think these do misunderstand the overall lotting provisions that we've put forward in the bill, because a lotting decision will only take place in a situation where a landowner is voluntarily selling their land. And it is, of course, always possible that a sale is going to impact on employment. That could be positive, it could be negative. But I think we'll all be aware of examples where access to smaller amounts of land for expansion of whether that's local businesses, providing additional housing or facilities, has been the springboard to growing employment in rural communities. Sorry, Convener, are you angling to get in with an intervention?
Angling to get in, but I'm not angling to cut you off in mid-flow, so if this is the right moment, Cabinet Secretary, thank you very much. What my concern is that if you sort out lotting and you decide on lotting, it could result in somebody being made redundant because there is no area for them to be employed. And therefore, my question is, who takes on the responsibility of that redundancy? Is it the government because they've demanded the lotting, or is it the landowner who was happy to sell the whole thing as a one-er and didn't want it? It appears that you could be making a decision which costs somebody else money. And my question is to seek clarity on whether you think you would be liable if you'd made that decision, Cabinet Secretary.
I think as I continue with my comments, I think that will address that, because ultimately it comes out to the point that I'd initially set out there, that this is a voluntary choice of the landowner to sell their land in relation to that. And I appreciate the point that you make, but again, I think it comes back to what we would have to give consideration to as part of a lotting decision anyway, and as part of the guidance and the consultation that we would have to bring forward as part of Michael Matheson's amendments. So I think if I can continue, hopefully that will address the question that you've raised. So ultimately, under the bill as drafted, we can take account of these kinds of factors where appropriate as part of considering community sustainability as part of a lotting decision, but that doesn't change the fact that the decision to sell is for the landowner and decisions on an individual's employments are for subsequent landowners too. So it's these decisions and not any requirement to sell the land in lots that would ultimately directly impact current employees. And I don't believe that these are decisions for Scottish ministers. It's not right, I think, that ministers should be setting out guidance or taking liability as proposed by Douglas Lumsden, and that's why I would recommend that these amendments are opposed. In relation to the amendments from Rhoda Grant, I absolutely agree, and as talked to by Mercedes Villalba, I agree with Rhoda Grant on many of the benefits that crofting communities bring. However, I'm concerned that the amendments could give rise to significant interference in the use of land and in property rights that go beyond the evidence base of the bill. And I don't think it would be proportionate to require that a new owner must apply for land to be constituted as crofts. So I understand the aim of Amendment 363, but it would require ministers to have regard to information on boundaries, which isn't available currently on any register, so it's just not practical to include. But I would be happy to engage and have further conversations either with Mercedes or with Rhoda Grant to see if there's an alternative way to emphasise that ministers will consider impacts on crofters and common grazings when we're making lotting decisions. And in relation to Amendment 361, again, I would suggest that further detail of that kind is better considered as part of guidance, and happy to talk further with Rhoda Grant in relation to that. And that's why I'd recommend that the committee oppose the amendments in that group. And lastly, turning to the amendment from Rachel Hamilton, it was never the intention that a request to ministers to stop a lotting decision would count as taking action with a view to transferring land under pre-notification. And there are also issues with the drafting here which mean that it wouldn't have the effect that I believe Rachel Hamilton is trying to achieve. But again, if Douglas Lumsden is happy not to press this amendment today, I'm happy to have that further conversation with Rachel Hamilton to better understand the concerns and see if there's merit in an alternative that we can look at ahead of stage 3.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. I now call Douglas Lumsden to speak to Amendment 525 and any other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. There seems to be a theme with this whole section of lotting that it's just dividing land up and more people will own smaller bits and everything will be fine. But we have to understand when it comes to large land holdings, we're also talking about businesses who employ people and families in our rural communities. So when we're speaking about splitting up an estate, for example, you have to understand that you're speaking about a business. And like any other businesses, it may not be viable if it does not have the diversity and scale if it is being broken up. I don't think if any other business is being sold, we would say it has to be broken up. So Amendment 525 simply states that the viability of employment should be considered when making a lotting decision. 526 and 527 goes further. If a lotting decision forced on a business owner means that jobs will be lost, ministers must accept responsibility for that decision and they will need to make regulations around liabilities when that situation occurs. If a business is sold, two-pay laws would kick in. So if an estate was being sold as a whole, it is clear that the workers are protected and employment would pass to a new owner. If land, or in fact a business, is broken up, we need to be clear who is responsible for the employment of workers. Is a business who broke into 10 lots, for example, would the number of employees just be divided equally between those purchasers, or would it be done on area or productive land? If a community purchased 10% of the land or business, would they be obliged to take on 10% of the workforce? What if many jobs were not viable as the land was broken up? Who would be liable for the employment liabilities? The bill is silent around workforce, but I do feel we need clarity around this. Of course.
Can I just clarify here, though, on the back of what the Cabinet Secretary said? This is about businesses that are voluntarily selling their business. So it really is up to the new business owner, whether that's for an entire estate or whether from the intervention of ministers it's lotted, about what they decide to do in terms of, restructuring workforce, closing certain aspects of the business down, maybe expanding into other areas. Like, it is ultimately a business decision, and it's a business decision ultimately from the landowner to sell in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. It's with the owner. It's a voluntarily process to sell. But if you were selling just as one, you would know exactly where all the employment liabilities are going. It's the complications when things are now lotted. It's where all that staff goes, where all the liabilities fall. And I think the bill is silent around that. And I think that's why we need more clarity around that. I understand that it is the business owner who's selling voluntarily, but this bill needs to make it clearer where those liabilities go. We don't want to fall on communities if they're going to take on chunks of the land, but we need sort of clear guidance around this. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. Just looking around for any other members who want to make a contribution. There's a few points I would like to make, if I may, which I'm very happy to take interventions on. First of all, the issue of lotting and the timescales involved. I am taken by Tim Eagle's amendment for 60 days. My experience in practice has meant that 60 days is an easy time frame for which to make a decision on whether a estate should be lotted for sale. And if that is taken in conjunction with Amendment 156, which is Michael Matheson, which is talks on taking advice from others regarding the lotting, I think that could be done within 60 days. Holding it out for 6 months, in my mind, is an unnecessary delay, which is probably only acceptable within government rather than the private practice. Therefore, I think that is completely unnecessary.
On that point.
I, of course, would take an intervention, Cabinet Secretary.
And it's with the aim of being helpful, hopefully, in relation to this. And I appreciate the concerns that have been illustrated today about the overall timescales. If it would be helpful, I can circulate to the committee just in terms of how we have mapped that out in the different phases that could potentially form part of that process, if that would help illustrate why we have reached that conclusion in terms of the overall timescales. That would be helpful.
And I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that kind and generous offer. Of course, it would help at stage 3, but it's not going to help at stage 2, which where we're at the moment, and we have to make a decision on the amendments that we've heard and the evidence that are put in front of us. As far as Amendment 360 is concerned and crofting, I'm not entirely convinced that that is a requirement, and I'm not quite sure that I understand how that would happen and what kind of ownership would that be in the form of crofting. Would that be a owner-occupier? Would that be a tenanted croft? How would that be? There are too many missing parts to that wheel for me to be able to support Amendment 360 and the amendments in relation to crofting. Amendment 156 holds some attraction, as I've said to me, which is being moved by the Deputy Convener. I do want to push back on the amendments raised by Douglas Lumsden and employment. I'm afraid I'm not taken by your arguments. In 15 years of private practice, I sold estates on behalf of owners who stipulated it could only be sold as a whole and could not be split up to protect the employees that might have been on that estate for a long period of time. And if you look at recent sales and recent purchases, I could point the Cabinet Secretary to Glen Prosen, which is an area which no doubt she is fully aware of, whereas the stipulation of the sale that the government required where the employees were made redundant before the government purchased it, which I think then illustrates that there are problems with this, and therefore I don't believe the government can absolve themselves from responsibilities regarding employment if they make a decision to split an estate up, and I think they have an absolute obligation to say what's going to happen and to compensate people. It is not always the estate owners, maybe his choice or her choice to sell somewhere, but it may be forced on them through other means. Lack of cash, a wish to invest in other things, as we've seen with estates around the country. So I am not minded to accept what the government says on that. I have no further comments, and I'm going to move to Tim Eagle to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 434. Tim.
Thank you, Convener. I just make a couple of comments. I think just overall, I just make the point that I think there is still a significant concern by some stakeholders that the lotting provisions are pretty unworkable. And I think NFUS actually did a very interesting blog on that at the end of last week, I think it was. And Scottish Land and Estates have also made comment around that. And I'll just pick up on that, a point that somebody sent me around the ECHR imperative that the ECHR principles of public interest, rational connection to the policy, intent, proportionality and balance should be satisfied when we look at lotting, and I'm not completely convinced that they are. However, saying that, I'm really grateful to the Cabinet Secretary to be willing to work with me on timeframes. I think that is really important, and I'll happily not press those so that we can have that discussion. And the other thing was just to say my Amendment 434 had looked at how landowners can be involved in that process of lotting, how they, because they'll know about services and water pipes and all those sort of things that would be relevant. So happy to, I will not push that that at this point, and happy to look with the Cabinet Secretary about what that would look like in guidance instead. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Now, just before I put the question on the amendment, I'm just going to say that we are going to have a series of votes now. I think there's potentially 33 of them in quick succession. So at the end of those votes, I'll be looking to have a short break in proceedings, just in case anyone was wondering where we are. So, sorry, he's not pushed. Sorry, can I just confirm, having spouted off there, Mr. Eagle, did you push or withdraw your amendment?
434. Yes. So I'm not going to push it, but there's other ones I want to push in the group. Yeah.
That's what I thought. So I'm just going to say Tim Eagle wishes to withdraw Amendment 434. Does anyone object to this amendment being withdrawn? No one objects, so Amendment 434 is withdrawn. I call Amendment 435 in the name of Rachel Hamilton, already debated with Amendment 434. Douglas Lumsden to move or not move?
Not moved.
Okay. The question, call Amendment 436 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 434. I remind members that if Amendment 436 is agreed, I cannot call Amendments 437, 438, 149, 439 and 440. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
I think I'm moving this one, Convener.
Well, you think, or you are?
I am going to move it, Convener.
Good. That's some clarity at that stage, which means... So, yeah, you're not halfway in or halfway out. You are moving the amendment. So the question is that Amendment 436 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. So there's no dubiety there. So those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against the amendment. So on Amendment 436, there are 2 votes for, there are 5 votes against, so Amendment 436 is not agreed. I call Amendment 437 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 434. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Not move.
Okay, I call Amendment 438 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 434. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 149 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 434. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 149 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No, we're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. So on Amendment 149, there's 2 votes for, there's 5 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 149 is not agreed. I call Amendment 439 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 434. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 439 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No, we're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is against Amendment 439. There are, on Amendment 439, there are 2 votes for, there are 5 votes against, therefore Amendment 439 is not agreed. I call Amendment 440 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 434. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 440 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. Okay, Amendment 440, there are 2 votes for, there are 5 votes against, therefore Amendment 440 is not agreed. I call amendment in the name of Michael Matheson, already debated with Amendment 310. Michael Matheson to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is Amendment 150 be agreed. Are we all agreed?
No.
We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. Those who wish to abstain, please raise their hands. Okay, on Amendment 150, there are 5 votes for, there are no votes against, there are 2 abstentions. Therefore, Amendment 150 is agreed. I call Amendment in 151 in the name of Michael Matheson, already debated with Amendment 310. Michael Matheson to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is, Amendment 151 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting for this amendment. Those against this amendment, So, Amendment 151, there are 5 votes for, there's 2 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 151 is agreed. I call Amendment 441 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 434. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 441 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Sorry? Now, that was confusing. That was a no. Yes. I'll put that question again. The question is Amendment 441 be agreed. Are we all agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting for this amendment. Those against this amendment? So, Amendment 441, there are 5 votes for, there are 2 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 441B is agreed. I call in Amendment 442 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 434. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not move.
OK. I call Amendment 443 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 434. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 152 in the name of Michael Matheson, already debated with Amendment 434. Michael Matheson, to move or not moved? Moved. The question is that Amendment 152 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No, we're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting for this amendment. Those against this amendment, please raise their hands. OK, for the Amendment 152, there are 5 votes for, there's 2 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 152 is agreed. I call Amendment 153 in the name of Michael Matheson, already debated with Amendment 434. Michael Matheson, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is Amendment 153 be agreed. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting for this amendment. Those against this amendment, please raise their hands. So, Amendment 153, there are 5 votes for, there are 2 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 153 be agreed. I call Amendment 359 in the name of Rhoda Grant, already debated with Amendment 434. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call Amendment 444 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 434. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not move.
I therefore call Amendment 360 in the name of Rhoda Grant, already debated with Amendment 434. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
On the basis of commitment from the Cabinet Secretary for discussions with Rhoda Grant, not moved.
Right, and I'm just going to say thank you for that. I'm quite keen that it's just a move or not move. I understand the reasons which are already on the record, so it will just lengthen the time of votes. I therefore call Amendment 445 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 434. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 445 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No, we're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting for this amendment. Those against this amendment? OK, on Amendment 445, there are 5 votes for, there's 2 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 445 is agreed. I call Amendment 361 in the name of Rhoda Grant, already debated with Amendment 434. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not moved?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call Amendment 154 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 434. Cabinet Secretary, to move formally?
Moved.
The question is Amendment 154 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting for this amendment. Those against this amendment, please raise their hands. So on Amendment 154, there's 5 votes for, there's 2 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 154 is agreed. I call Amendment 447 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 434. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not move.
OK. I call Amendment 525 in the name of Douglas Lumsden, already debated with Amendment 434, Douglas Lumsden, to move or not moved?
Moved.
The question is Amendment 525 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. Those who wish to abstain, please raise their hands. Thank you. On Amendment 525, there are 2 votes for, there's 4 votes against, there's 1 abstention. Therefore, Amendment 525 is not agreed. I call Amendment 155 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 434. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
The question is Amendment 155 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No, we're not. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting for this amendment. Those against this amendment, please raise their hands. On Amendment 155, there are 5 votes for, there's 2 votes against, therefore Amendment 155 is agreed. I call Amendment 362 in the name of Rhoda Grant, already debated with Amendment 434. Mercedes v Albert to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call Amendment 363 in the name of Rhoda Grant, already debated with Amendment 434. Mercedes v Albert to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call Amendment 156 in the name of Michael Matheson, already debated with Amendment 434. Michael Matheson to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 156 be agreed. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of the amendment, please raise their hands. Kevin Stewart, for the record, is voting for this amendment. Those against the amendment, please raise their hands. And those who wish to abstain, please raise their hands. So, Amendment 156, there's 5 votes for, there's 1 vote against, there's 1 abstention. Therefore, Amendment 156 be agreed. I call Amendment 157 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 434. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Not move.
OK, I call Amendment 448 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 434. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 448 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. So, on Amendment 448, there are 2 votes for, there's 5 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 448 is not agreed. I call Amendment 449 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 434. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Not move.
I therefore call Amendment 158 in the name of Michael Matheson, already debated with Amendment 310. Michael Matheson to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is Amendment 158 be agreed. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 159 in the name of Michael Matheson, already debated with Amendment 434. Michael Matheson to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is Amendment 159 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting for this amendment. Those against, please raise their hands. On Amendment 159, there are 5 votes for, there's 2 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 159 be agreed. I call Amendment 160 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 434. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
The question is Amendment 160 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No, we're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Kevin Stewart is voting for this amendment. Those against, please raise their hands. Right. The answer to that then on Amendment 160 is there are 5 votes for, there's 2 votes against, there are no abstentions. Therefore, Amendment 160 is agreed. Now, at that stage, I am going to call a brief pause. I would ask committee members to be back here at 10:25, ready to resume with the next place, and I therefore suspend the meeting. Right, I'm going to resume this meeting of the Net Zero Energy and Transport Committee, and just to remind those people, if they just joined, that we're on stage 2 of the Land Reform Bill, and we are now going to deal with the section Offers to Buy and Compensation. So I'm going to call Amendment 450 in the name of Tim Eagle, grouped with amendments shown in the grouping. Tim Eagle to move Amendment 450 and speak to the other amendments in the group. Tim.
Well, thank you, Convener, and I think this is an amendment all to a group all to myself here. So this is centred around the Minister's the ability to offer to buy and compensation. So my Amendment 450 seeks to allow for compensation to be provided if the new lotting decision under 67R is substantially the same as the original lotting decision. I believe that if this is substantially the same as the landowner's original lotting plan, then some compensation should be provided for the lost time and expense and loss of interest on the sale price in the intervening period. And my Amendment 451 and 452 seeks to strengthen the language around ministers' buying of the land. Currently, as drafted in the bill, ministers may offer to buy land following a lotting review if they are satisfied the reason the land has not been transferred is that it is likely that the land is less commercially attractive since the lotting decision. My amendment means that ministers must offer to buy it rather than may. Taken together, my amendments 453 and 454 mean that the appointed valuer, who determines the price of the land under this section relating to the minister's offer to buy land following a review, must be jointly appointed by the ministers and the owner of the land in question. I believe this is required as here the purchaser is the Scottish ministers and they are setting their own price. Therefore, it is vital that there is some independent adjudication here rather than the ministers being able to do everything. My Amendment 455 follows on from 453 and 454. If ministers and the owner cannot agree to the appointment of a valuer, the valuer is to be appointed by the chair of the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, which is an accredited organisation that deals with land for sales. My Amendment 456 relates to the newly inserted section 67T, which allows for a request to be made by the owner to ministers to consider buying land to which the lotting decision relates. Ministers can make a decision on this, and an applicant can appeal to the tribunal if they are unhappy with the decision. If the tribunal is satisfied that the reason the land has not been transferred is because it is less commercially attractive following the lotting decision, the minister must consider making an offer to buy the land. This amendment strengthens the wording to must make. This seeks to help the landowner or creditors, etc., who the minister's decision to sell in lots has made it difficult to sell. My Amendment 164 seeks to extend the time period for lodging an appeal from 21 to 35 days. Newly inserted section 67V allows for the owner to receive compensation from ministers when a loss is incurred as part of the lossing process. Currently, the bill requires that appeal to be made within a period of 21 days. As I said, this amendment proposes to increase that to 35. Now, I believe that would allow more time for those trying to sell land to appeal against the minister's decision and allow them more time to gather evidence, for example. They may need to consult with other land managers. My Amendment 460 seeks to increase parliamentary scrutiny of this bill. This amendment requires regulations to be made under these parts to be subject to Section 98(5) of the 2003 Act. That means that any statutory instruments made under these parts must be laid before the Parliament and approved by the Scottish Parliament. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. I'm just looking to see if any other members wish to say anything. And just because Mr Eagles mentioned the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors Scotland, I should make it clear that I was a member of that organisation, but I'm now officially classed as retired, so I'm a retired member of it, so I get no benefit from it. But there you go, I was a member. Does anyone else want to say anything? If not, I'll... Oh, Mr Eagle.
You've just made a very important point. I am a member of the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, which I should have declared, and I probably should have redeclared the fact that I'm also a small farmer.
Okay, so now we've got that on the record. Maybe the prompt was useful at that stage. Thank you, Mr Eagle. And I'm now going to turn to the Cabinet Secretary for her remarks. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Convener. On Amendments 450 and 462, the bill already allows for compensation to be provided for loss or expense attributable to a decision that land may only be transferred in lots. So ultimately, I don't think these two amendments are required. In relation to Amendments 451, 452 and 456, there, as Tim Eagle has outlined, seek to place obligations on ministers to buy land during and after a review. I would agree with him that I think measures that are in the bill have to be fair to landowners, but these amendments would actually leave both landowners and ministers in a worse position, because under the bill as drafted, there can be three possible outcomes from a review. We can either keep the original lotting decision, we can replace it with a new decision, which might change the lots, or it could mean that lotting is no longer required, or ministers offering to buy the land. And what Tim Eagle's amendments would force ministers to do is to buy the land, even in a situation where removing or amending the lotting decision would allow the land in question to be sold. So even if the landowner or creditor would prefer a new lotting decision, so say for example where they had a buyer of another lot with an interest in the unsold lot, these amendments would prevent ministers from being able to take those landowners' views into account. So, given that, I would ask the member not to press these amendments. I also have some concerns with the changes that are being proposed through Amendments 453, 454 and 455 because of the administrative complexity and delay that they would add. And I think the approach to appointment of a valuer in the bill is actually based on the current practice that we have set out for community right to buy and provides a right of appeal against evaluation. And then finally on Amendment 164, 21 days is the standard period for compensation appeals across a range of legislation. However, I hear the concerns that Tim Eagle has raised. I'm more than happy to have a conversation with him about this to discuss the potential for an alternative amendment here to look at a suitable timeframe.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. And I will now go to Tim Eagle to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 450.
I've got nothing further to add, Convener, but I will press 450.
Okay, so thank you. The question is Amendment 450 be agreed. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. So on Amendment 450, there are 2 votes for, there's 5 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 450 is not agreed. I call Amendment 451 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 450. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 451 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. So on Amendment 451, there are 2 votes for, there are 5 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 451 is not agreed. I call Amendment 452 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 450. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 453 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 450. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 453 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. So, on Amendment 453, there's 2 votes for, there's 5 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 453 is not agreed. I call Amendment 454 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 450. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not move.
The call amendment, therefore, 455 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 450. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not move.
Okay, I call Amendment 162 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment Amendment 12. Cabinet Secretary, to move formally.
Moved.
Okay, the question is Amendment 162 be agreed. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 161 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 12. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 161 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No, we're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. So on Amendment 161, there are 3 votes for, there's 4 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 161 is not agreed. I call Amendment 456 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 450. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 456 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. So, Amendment 456, there are 2 votes for, there's 5 votes against, therefore Amendment 456 is not agreed. I call Amendment 457 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 434. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 163 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 4354. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Not move.
I would like to move this amendment. So therefore, I call the question is Amendment 163 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. On Amendment 163, there are 2 votes for, there are 5 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 163 is not agreed. I call Amendment 164 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 450. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 165 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 12. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
Thank you. I call Amendment 165A in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 12. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment... Sorry, I ask Cabinet Secretary... so we are voting on Amendment 165. So when it comes to Amendment 165, are we all agreed? We are agreed. Call Amendment 458 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 12. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Move.
The question that Amendment 458 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. So on Amendment 458, there are 3 votes for, there are 4 votes against, therefore Amendment 458 is not agreed. I call Amendment 526 in the name of Douglas Lumsden, already debated with Amendment 434. Douglas Lumsden to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is Amendment 526 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. On Amendment 526, there are 2 votes for, there are 5 votes against, therefore Amendment 526 is not agreed. I call Amendment 527 in the name of Douglas Lumsden, already debated with Amendment 434. Douglas Lumsden to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is Amendment 527 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. So on Amendment 527, there are 2 votes for, there are 5 votes against, therefore Amendment 527 is not agreed. I call Amendment 166 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 426. I remind members that if Amendment 166 is agreed, I cannot call Amendment 167 due to a preemption. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 166 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart's voting against this amendment. So on Amendment 166, there's 2 votes for, there's 5 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 166 is not agreed. I call Amendment 167 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 426. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 167 be agreed. Are we all agreed?
No.
We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. On Amendment 167, there are 2 votes for, there are 5 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 167 is not agreed. I call Amendment 168 in the name of Michael Matheson, already debated with Amendment 426. Michael Matheson to move or not moved?
Not moved.
Thank you. So I call Amendment 169 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 434. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
The question is Amendment 169 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting for this amendment. Those against, please raise their hands. So on Amendment 169, there are 5 votes for, there are 2 votes against, therefore Amendment 169 is agreed. I call Amendment 170 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 12. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 170 be agreed. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. So I call Amendment 171 in the name of Mercedes Vialba, already debated with Amendment 426. Mercedes Vialba to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 171 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No, we're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. And those who wish... Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. Those who wish to abstain, please raise their hands. So on Amendment 171, there's 1 vote for, there are 5 votes against, there's 1 abstention. Therefore, Amendment 171 is not agreed. I call Amendment 172 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated, with Amendment 426. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 172 be agreed. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. So on Amendment 172, there's 2 votes for, there's 5 votes against, and therefore Amendment 172 is not agreed. I call Amendment 173 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 111. Tim Eagle to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 173 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. So on Amendment 173, there are 2 votes for, there's 5 votes against. So Amendment 173 is agreed. So I call Amendment 174 in the name of Mercedes Vialba, already debated with Amendment 310. Mercedes Vialba to move or not move?
Move.
The question is... I'm sorry, we don't come to the question yet. I'm going to call Amendment 174A in the name of Mercedes Vialba, already debated with Amendment 310. Mercedes Vialba to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 174A be agreed. Are we all agreed? No, we're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. So, Amendment 174A, there are 2 votes for, there's 5 votes against, therefore Amendment 174A is not agreed. I call Amendment 174 in the name of Mercedes Vialba. Sorry?
174B.
Oh, sorry, my mistake, trying to be too quick. Slow down. I call Amendment 174B in the name of Mercedes Vialba, already debated with Amendment 310. Mercedes Vialba to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 174B be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Mr. Stewart is... Kevin, sorry, that was very formal, Kevin. Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. So there are 2 votes on 174B. There are 2 votes for. There are 5 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 174B is not agreed. So the question is Amendment 174 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart's voting against this amendment. So 2 votes for, and there are, Amendment 174, there are 2 votes for, there's 5 votes against, therefore Amendment 174 is not agreed. I call Amendment 364 in the name of Douglas Lumsden, already debated with Amendment 310. Douglas Lumsden to move or not move?
Moved.
So the question is that Amendment 364 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. Okay, there, on Amendment 364, there are 2 votes for, there's 5 votes against, and therefore amendment is not agreed. Did I say Kevin Stewart voted against that amendment? Okay, I'm not quite sure if I said that Kevin Stewart had voted against that amendment, but if I have, it bears repeating just for the record. So we're now on to amendment, is it 459? Yep. Okay, I call Amendment 459 in the name of Mercedes v Alba, already debated with Amendment 310. Mercedes v Alba, to move or not move?
Move.
Thank you. The question is Amendment 459 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. So, Amendment 459, there are 2 votes for, there's 5 votes against, therefore Amendment 459 is not agreed. I call Amendment 460 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 310. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 360 be agreed. Are we all agreed? 460. God. Right. I don't know what I'm going to have to slow right down, and that will cause a problem. So I'll just try and be a bit more diligent in my reading. The question is that Amendment 460 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart's voted against this amendment. So, on Amendment 460, there are 2 votes for, there are 5 votes against, and therefore Amendment 460 is not agreed. I call Amendment 461 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 434. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 462 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 450. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 175 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 12. Cabinet Secretary, to move formally.
Moved.
The question is Amendment 175 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 176 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 111. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not move.
Okay, the question is that Section 5 be agreed. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. So, straight on to the next one. Yeah. So I call Amendment 463 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 14. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 463 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. And for the record, Kevin Stewart's voted against this amendment. So on Amendment 463, there are 2 votes for, there's 5 votes against, and therefore Amendment 463 is not agreed. I call Amendment 177 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 14. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Not move.
I call Amendment 464 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 14. Mark Ruskell, to move or not move?
Moved.
So the question is Amendment 464 be agreed. Are we all agreed?
No.
No, we're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart's voted against this amendment. So on Amendment 464, there are 4 votes for, there are 3 votes against, therefore Amendment 464 is agreed. I call Amendment 178 in the name of Michael Matheson, already debated with Amendment 14. Michael Matheson, to move or not move?
Not moved.
So I call Amendment 179 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 14. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 179 be agreed. Are we all agreed? We're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Michael Matheson has voted against this amendment. No, Kevin Stewart. I'll tell you, this is going to get worse. If we're only at 11 o'clock and we're going on till 1:30, I could get myself totally confused. So, just to clarify, Kevin Stewart voted against that amendment. On 179, there are 2 votes for, there are 5 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 179 is not agreed. I call Amendment 180 in the name of Tim Eagle, already debated with Amendment 14. Tim Eagle, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is Amendment 180 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No, we are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart voted against this amendment. So, on Amendment 180, there are 2 votes for, there are 5 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 180 is not agreed. Right, I'm shortly going to get a break, and you'll get a break from my voices as we move on to the functions duties of the Scottish Land Commission. And I'm going to call Amendment 181 in the name of Michael Matheson, grouped with Amendment 468. Michael Matheson to move Amendment 181 and speak to the amendments in the group. Deputy Convener.
Thank you, Convener. I move Amendment 181 in my name, which relates back to an amendment which was considered at 178, and it relates to the fact that we are expanding the role of the, with the creation of the role of the Scottish Land and Communities Commissioner. It's an opportunity for us to also look at expanding the role of the functions that the Scottish Land Commission have. And this amendment seeks to require the Commission to also have regard to several key areas which are important. Those 4 areas are: one is in relation to the contribution that land can make to achieving a just transition to net zero. The second is in relation to the relationship between the scale of a land holding to the building of community wealth. The third is to the desirability of progressively achieving more diverse patterns of land ownership. And the fourth is to look at measures relating to the repopulation of land and the sustainability of communities. I'm very conscious that these are possibly areas which the Scottish Land Commission will have some regard to at the present time. However, there is nothing on the face of legislation that requires them to do so. And essentially, this is a probing amendment to seek clarity from the Government how they see the Scottish Land Commission in having a role in helping to address what are pressing public issues that are important, and the role that land can play in addressing these issues.
Thank you very much, Deputy Convener. I now call on Mark Ruskell to speak to Ariane Burgess's Amendment 468 and other amendments in the group. Mark.
Yeah, thanks so much, Convener. And just once again, I'll put in apologies for Ariane Burgess, who's convening Local Government Housing Committee this morning. So her Amendment 468 expands the timeline on which the Scottish Land Commission is required to produce its strategic plan from every 3 years to every 10 years. The reason for this change is practical. The strategic plan covers objectives and priorities of the Commissioners for the plan period, and undertaking this work every 3 years constrains the Commission's ability to plan for longer term and adds a heavy administrative burden on staff every 3 years. So given that changes in land ownership and use occur quite gradually, particularly under this bill, increasing the Commission's requirement to produce a plan for every 10 years frees up more of the Commission's time and allow them to take a longer-term approach to their work. And following conversations with the Scottish Land Commission, Ariane Burgess feels this change would better match the long-term view the Commission takes of the pattern of Scotland's land ownership and its use.
Thank you very much, Mark. Just looking to see if any other member wishes to speak in this thing. No, move to the Cabinet Secretary. The floor is yours, Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you very much, Convener. I think it's always helpful to get the background and the rationale as to why some of the amendments have been introduced. I think on Michael Matheson's amendment, while I support linking the Land Commission's work to the role of land and working towards some of the wider objectives that he's outlined, I would just say in response to that, the Commissioners are already doing that through their existing remit, because that's defined broadly as looking at any they are considering any matter relating to land. And over the course of the past year alone, they've undertaken a number of significant pieces of work linked to the areas that the amendment identifies, which it specifies. So I'm not too sure if it's necessary, but I'm more than happy to discuss this further with Michael Matheson to see what the particular concerns around this might be and see if there's a way that we can work together to address that ahead of stage 3. And on Amendment 468 in the name of Ariane Burgess, there isn't any evidence right now that the current 3-year time period has caused any issues, and I think it's quite important and appropriate for reasons of accountability and oversight that the Land Commission should be required as a minimum to present a new report to Ministers for approval every 3 years. So for that reason I would ask members not to support that amendment.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I now turn to Michael Matheson to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 181.
I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for her comments, and I'm conscious that there are aspects of this amendment which the Scottish Land Commission are already undertaking, although it's not on the face of any legislation. But on the basis of seeking to explore it further ahead of stage 3, I'll be seeking to withdraw this amendment.
Thank you. Michael Matheson wishes to withdraw Amendment 181. Does anyone object to this amendment being withdrawn? No, no one does. Right, we're now going to move to the next section, reviews, etc. in relation to the Act, and I'm going to call Amendment 182 in the name of Bob Doris, group with amendments as shown in the groupings. Bob Doris to move Amendment 182 and speak to all amendments in the group. Please, Bob.
Thank you, Convener. I move Amendment 182 in my name, and I'll by and large restrict myself to comments on the amendment in my name only. I want to acknowledge that there's been broad agreement around various new obligations to be placed on landowners, but not always the threshold as to when some of these should apply. The Scottish Land Commission, I think this is useful in relation to Amendment 182, described these obligations as new steps to increase transparency, widen ownership opportunities and regulate large land holdings in the public interest, including requiring greater transparency and community engagement through land management plans, ending private off-market sales of large land holdings through prior notification, introducing scrutiny of the sale of land of large land holdings with a power to require land to be sold in lots. The Scottish Land Commission followed closely the evidence gathering by our committee convener during stage 1 scrutiny. The Commission itself reviewed and adapted its position based on the evidence it heard during our deliberations. Its position shifted to believe there should be a unified threshold of 1,000 hectares for all proposed measures, rather than the varied thresholds in the original bill. If the Scottish Land Commission has shifted its position in such matters within the course of the passage of this bill, something that I welcome, it would also seem reasonable to assume that within 5 years of royal assent of this bill, that the time is likely to be right for a more substantial review of such thresholds, drawing on the actual experience and impact of provisions within the Act. And that is precisely what my Amendment 182 would ensure. A review would be conducted by the Scottish Land Commission. A subsequent report would be published and laid before Parliament by Ministers. Ministers would be required to provide a statement of the action, if any, they intend to take as a result of the conclusions and recommendations of the Scottish Land Commission. Scottish Ministers would also be required to lay regulations before Parliament to either implement the recommendations of the Scottish Land Commission or to implement different modified regulations. Either way, a statement explaining the rationale should be laid before the Scottish Parliament. In the case that no such regulations are laid, the Ministers must publish and lay before the Scottish Parliament a statement setting out the reasons why they consider that no modifications should be made. Convener, I believe 5 years seems like a reasonable review period, but it is of course a number. 4 years, 6 years, but 5 years would seem reasonable and balanced. I'm absolutely open to discussion with the Scottish Government over what a reasonable period would be and what subsequent reviews may look like, and indeed the nuts and bolts holding this amendment together to make sure the scrutiny of Parliament of the policy intent is right and balanced. I look forward to hearing the views of other committee members and the Scottish Government, but I hope all will agree with the policy intent as I move Amendment 182.
Thank you very much, Bob. And I'm now going to call Mark Ruskell to speak to Ariane Burgess Amendment 367 and any other amendments in the group. Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. So Amendment 367 would require ministers to report annually on the operation of Part 1 of the bill, covering the production of land management plans, use of the transfer test and lotting powers. It would also cover the issuing of any fines by the Land and Communities Commissioner and registrations of community interest in large land holdings. We believe that this is necessary to give Parliament a yearly snapshot of what is happening in Scotland's land market and as a way to scrutinise the effectiveness of this legislation. Now, I acknowledge that the amendment covers both those actions taken directly by Scottish ministers, such as use of the transfer test and lotting decisions, and also actions taken by its commissioners. However, we believe that the information required here is high level enough that it wouldn't place a burden on either ministers or the Commissioner to collate this information into an annual report. Monica Lenz 503, we believe, seeks to do a similar thing, and Greens broadly support the intention behind that amendment. We'll listen carefully to the Cabinet Secretary's comments on my Amendment 367, on Ariane's Amendment 367 rather than Monica's 503. In terms of other amendments within this group, happy to support Bob Doris's Amendment 182. We don't agree with Martin Whitfield's amendments in this group. It does seem to create grounds for Part 1 of the Act to be repealed before the new powers have had the chance to bed in, so I'll be interested in his comments on that later on. Similarly, we don't agree with the addition of a sunset clause after 10 years, which is Amendment 386. We don't have that in other legislation like the Climate Change Act, which of course has granted powers to ministers in 2009 on a range of issues such as energy efficiency and recycling schemes, but those weren't actually taken forward until several years down the line. But we'll listen to Mr. Whitfield's comments in relation to his own amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we now come to Martin Whitfield, who's been sitting patiently waiting for his time. Welcome to the committee, and I'll ask you to speak to Amendment 383 and the other amendments in the group. Martin.
I'm very grateful, Convener, and good morning to committee and indeed to Cabinet Secretary. And just before I start, I make mention of my declaration of interests with regard to wind power interests that rest on land, for those that know. And it's been an interesting opening to this section with regard to post-legislative scrutiny, which has been an important aspect for this Parliament during this session. And indeed, I think what we see in a number of amendments that are posed in this section are different approaches to it. And I very much welcome both Bob Doris's comment and Mark Ruskell's comments on behalf of Ariane Burgess with regard to the level and intent that we need to have to report. But then I feel there is also need to back that up with intentions regarding post-legislative scrutiny, so that it is indeed this Parliament that can have a full and proper say, but can only do so when the evidence is before it about how well or otherwise the proposed bill is working. So my initial Amendment 383 was a very widely drawn clause to invite the government to consider post-legislative scrutiny and not to anticipate anything the Cabinet Secretary will say. I have already had useful discussions with both the Cabinet Secretary and those that advise her with regard to the right format that this should look. And indeed, it is potentially post-stage 2, when we know what the bill looks like, that we can actually come to a view and determine what the best post-legislative scrutiny should be. I do want to make mention in respect of Amendment 385, because this has its seedling in very unfortunate events that are almost 2 decades old now, over a constituent of mine, Andrew Stoddart, who farmed at Colston Mains in East Lothian, when previous legislative amendments to the way farmers could operate on land was then held illegal, and there were consequential financial losses that were truly devastating to, I think, 9 farmers in particular, who were very small in number, but actually the consequences of those actions were enormous and indeed are ongoing. And hence there is an interest outside of this place, very much so, on how legislation is scrutinised, how legislation and how it works in practice is dealt with before going forward there are any further challenges to our farming community and farming families with regard to the tenancies and the ownership. And I know a substantial part of this bill is dealing with that, but as Andrew Stoddart has told me on a number of occasions, the effect of the last time this was dabbled into was catastrophic for those families. And I merely put that on the record as one of the reasons for bringing a number of these amendments here today. And I would point out that it is still the longest unanswered question I have from the Scottish Government that dates back to the first few months of this session, asking what the consequential costs of the action were. So I may renew my pursuit for details on that. So to sum up, Convener, these are amendments which invite a discussion when we know what Stage 2 produces by way of this bill, so that we can have effective, meaningfully post-legislative scrutiny based on evidence that will be collected on how this bill operates in practice. And at that stage, I'll leave my contribution there.
I'm now going to call Monica Lennon to speak to Amendment 503. And any other amendments in the group that you'd like to speak to, Monica?
Thank you, Convener. I will limit my remarks to 503, but like Mark Ruskell, interested to hear what the Cabinet Secretary has to say and to see if we can work to get the best out of this group, perhaps for Stage 3. I won't read out all the things that are listed in the amendment, but it's quite clear it's about better reporting on land management and ownership, and it's about a report that would give more detail about the extent of privately owned and publicly owned land and the concentration of privately owned land. So I'll explain a little bit of the rationale behind that. First of all, this is about providing better statistics on the use of the existing rights to buy and the amended late application procedures in the bill. And secondly, it's to require the collation and publication of reliable statistics on the pattern of land ownership in Scotland. I think it's fair to say there has been a feeling expressed in the committee and by other members that we could have benefited from better information on the effectiveness of existing community rights to buy, and that would also help the scrutiny of the likely impacts of the measures in Part 1 of the bill. And I think we would have also benefited from a deeper analysis of the pattern of land ownership and how it is changing and has changed over the years, again, to be able to have a better assessment of the likely impact of measures in the bill. So I feel that a meaningful debate and scrutiny of land ownership in Scotland is constrained without robust official statistics. I've set out in this amendment how that could be improved. I'm really open to hearing what the Cabinet Secretary has to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mercedes Vialba, you want to say something?
Thank you, Convener. Yes, just in relation to Amendment 182, in the name of Bob Doris, I'm supportive of the introduction of a duty to review thresholds, and I previously brought forward amendments to amend that duty to only revise thresholds downwards. Those amendments have not passed, but it's something that I do feel is important as we move forward to secure that direction of travel. And so I would just ask if the member would be open to working on further amendments ahead of Stage 3, and put that to the Cabinet Secretary as well.
Mrs. Vialba, take a trace.
Yes, please.
I may make this point again if I get the opportunity to sum up, but I think I would reflect that there's a thread running through most of these amendments about a policy intent to nail down what post-legislative scrutiny looks like and to get the balance correct on that. And I'm interested to hear what the Scottish Government will say where they think the balance is, but I'd be very keen to work with Mercedes Vialba in relation to see if we can together work out where that balance is and bring something forward at Stage 3 jointly. That would be welcome. I should have mentioned, of course, it was remiss of me, Convener, that the Amendment 182 in my name is, of course, on the order paper, supported by Mercedes as well. I should have done that when moving it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that you completed?
Yes, I'll leave it there. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you very much. Just before we go to the Cabinet Secretary, if I could just make a comment on Amendment 383, which is brought forward by Martin Whitfield. I have long believed that this Parliament is extremely bad at doing post-legislative scrutiny, and it's one of the matters that are constantly vexed, or has vexed the conveners group within the Parliament. And the case that Martin Whitfield brings up, which was, I believe, the Salverson-Riddle case, was actually a point where post-legislative scrutiny would have not only saved the families a huge amount of money, but also would have saved the government a huge amount of money. So I'd be very surprised, Cabinet Secretary, if you weren't looking to support Amendment 383, because it gives greater scrutiny to the Parliament and ensures that we go to the situation where we have not, by this legislation, adversely affected the tenanted farming sector, which is one of the issues that was brought up strongly by the people who gave evidence to the committee that altering some of the resumption clauses could have an adverse effect on the tenanted farming sector. And we are clear that the effects of the previous legislation has affected the tenanted farming sector, and we've done nothing about it. So I'm looking forward, Cabinet Secretary, when you come to speak in just a brief moment, that you will also be supporting Amendment 383 in the name of Martin Whitfield, or giving very good reasons why not. So over to you, Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you very much, Convener. No, I would just say first and foremost, I think all the points that have been raised today are hugely important, and as I hope I was able to articulate quite clearly in stage one, we recognise that these are new measures that we're introducing, and there will need to be review, because obviously we want to see how they're being implemented and are they having the desired effect. I think what I would say in relation to the amendments that have been lodged by Bob Doris, Martin Whitfield, Monica Lennon and Ariane Burgess is that they all propose to do that in one form or another, with different time periods being set out, different roles for ministers and for the Scottish Land Commission being proposed. So one thing I would ask is for those members, if they don't press their amendments today, to work with me so that we can find a means of finding the best way through this in a way that is coherent and makes sense, if members would agree to that approach, so that we can bring forward, as I say, a cohesive plan for stage 3. And I think the only other amendments I would touch on in relation to this group from Martin Whitfield, in relation to the repeal and sunset clauses, I think they are extreme, and I think they could lead to provisions that have been passed by Parliament being repealed, or ministers being required to repeal provisions by regulations which are quite loosely defined circumstances. And I would also say that the bill already provides for compensation where that's appropriate, and it's unclear how ministers would be expected to fulfil the requirements that are set out in Amendment 385, which would appear to require compensation to be paid in relation to any negative impacts for owners and tenants, regardless of any other benefits that could be brought by legislation. Yes.
I'm very grateful for the Cabinet Secretary taking an intervention on that point, and I think she speaks to exactly the challenge that these families found themselves in, that they were trapped between two institutions who were unable to adequately compensate for the losses. So I think the very point that she raises, the challenge that sits with whoever is in government, is a very pertinent one for those unforeseen consequences that can arise, unfortunately, very quickly.
No, I appreciate the point that Martin Whitfield has made. And in relation to that, I think in relation to those specific amendments, I would ask him not to press those, but I hope to work constructively with members ahead of stage 3.
Thank you. Just to say, I welcome the opportunity to have further engagement in relation to my Amendment 503 and the other amendments in the group. Just wanted to clarify, if it's helpful at this stage as well, that I've reflected on the wording of my Amendment 503, and it's not the intention to require reporting on all land holdings. It is about being proportionate in relation to larger land holdings and rural land. So I appreciate that's perhaps not clear in the amendment, but again, I'm happy to work with the government on that.
Okay. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I'm now going to go to Bob Doris to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 182. Bob.
So I'll indicate that in winding up that I'll be seeking permission to withdraw the amendment on the basis to work with the Cabinet Secretary and indeed other colleagues that have got similar policy intents ahead of stage 3. I know this is a very long session, so I'll make a very brief point about post-legislative scrutiny more generally. Members of the public should, for insomnia, should perhaps be watching these committee sessions, but also for another purpose, and that is going through legislation line by line to pass legislation is a very intensive process. So is post-legislative scrutiny, convener, and the pressure of committees in this Parliament to scrutinise legislation being passed, to look at affairs of the day and to do post-legislative scrutiny more generally, which is robust and detailed and transparent, is very much limited by the capacity we have in relation to the amount of committees and the demands on MSP's time. I know MSP goes to a ballot box saying give us more MSPs, but there's a general understanding across all parties in this place there needs to be a greater focus on post-legislative scrutiny, and the time needs to be made available for it. And I'll make that as a general point that I'm sure Mr Whitfield would absolutely agree with if he does wish to take it in. Yeah, indeed.
I'm very grateful for Bob Doris giving way, and absolutely I concur with what he says, and there are ways of looking at post-legislative scrutiny, and perhaps this bill is a vehicle to take those considerations wider and across government, but also to take what Bob Doris has rightly pointed out, that the capacity within this Parliament to do it successfully is also a challenge.
I thank Mr Whitfield for that intervention. I should point out clarity that I'm not calling for more MSPs, giving lest someone say that that's the point I was making. It's more about the challenges and the time of colleagues more generally. I suppose in concluding, I would just make a general point that it is difficult to get the balance right in relation to post-legislative scrutiny. I think Amendment 383 talks about reviewing the entire Act after 4 years, and 384 talks about anything with a detrimental impact should be brought forward for repeal by affirmative instrument by the Scottish Government. So they'd be compelled and duty-bound to do so if we could define what that detrimental impact looked like, but Parliament would have a free vote to vote against that. So it's like tying the hands of government but not tying the hands of Parliament. I'm a little bit between over that policy intent more generally, but I get the point that Mr Whitfield's trying to make. I think Amendment 503 in the name of Monica Leland talks about bi-yearly reporting, should clarify the scope of what those reporting requirements would be after a delay, I think, of 2 years after royal assent. So lots of different recommendations and solutions to what post-legislative scrutiny should look like. Convener, I think we have to have a strategic approach to post-legislative scrutiny, which does mean Monica Lennon, Mercedes Villalba, Martin Whitfield and myself sitting down with the Cabinet Secretary and saying, what does a balanced and strategic approach to post-legislative scrutiny look like? And on that basis, I will, of course, seek permission to withdraw my Amendment 182.
Thank you. So, just to be clear, Bob Doris wishes to withdraw Amendment 182. Does anyone object to this amendment being withdrawn? No one objects. We'll go on then to the next section. So I'm going to call Amendment 366 in the name of Ariane Burgess in a group all on its own. Mark Ruskell to speak to the Amendment 366.
Yeah, thanks very much, Convener. So 366 introduces a duty on public bodies to ensure they're contributing to nature recovery on publicly owned land over a certain size. And this is an alternative to Ariane Burgess's Amendment 320, which we discussed last week, which was more around land management plans. So under the Nature Conservation Act 2004, public bodies already have a duty to further the conservation of biodiversity when carrying out their responsibilities. Mandatory reporting on this was introduced in 2011, but a 2016 report on compliance with that duty found that less than half of public bodies had actually published a biodiversity duty report as required. So introducing a duty that specifically relates to land management practices is therefore an important step. And this amendment also clarifies that the duty is to enhance biodiversity on public land holdings, not just to sustain biodiversity, and that obviously reflects our commitments under the 2023 Global Biodiversity Framework, which calls upon countries to enhance the biodiversity across 30% of their territory. So the Scottish Rewilding Alliance estimates there are about 243 land parcels in public ownership that are over 1,000 hectares. These land holdings have huge potential to contribute to Scotland's ecological recovery in line with our international targets. The existing biodiversity duty is not sufficiently. Yep.
Sorry, I thank the member for giving way on that. It's just a question. I mean, it sounds very laudable, this, but I haven't seen anything in the financial memorandum that's going to cover the costs for this. And where are the costs for managing land for nature going to come from? Is he expecting the Cabinet Secretary to magic up some money in the financial memorandum to allow this to be funded, or is it just an uncosted aspiration?
Well, those duties to restore, to support, the development of public land for meeting biodiversity is already there. It's not working effectively. And in terms of, the cost effectiveness, I would see good land management as being cost effective, and that could lead to, improvements in biodiversity outcomes. It's being mainstream now as part of the agricultural subsidy reform that we've seen coming through this Parliament. We have nature recovery funds. We have, active private and public investment now going into land management that can deliver on natural capital. So, I don't see it as contradictory to good economic management of land to be meeting these biodiversity objectives. So, I would just conclude by saying, existing biodiversity duty is not sufficiently understood or complied with, and urge members to support Amendment 366.
Thank you very much. Looking to see if any other member wishes to contribute. No. Cabinet Secretary, it's over to you.
Thank you, Convener. I mean, as Mark Ruskell has already highlighted, there is an existing duty under the Nature Conservation Scotland Act 2004 on public bodies and office holders to further the conservation of biodiversity so far as it's consistent with the proper exercise of their functions. And that duty is broad and covers decisions in relation to management of a large holding of land owned by the Scottish Ministers by any authority that's likely to be covered by this amendment. And I believe the amendment wouldn't strengthen or improve upon the existing duty, and I'm not clear what it would add beyond what's already set out within it. In addition to that, the reference to the restoration of natural processes isn't defined, and it's unclear what that's intended to cover. And I would also set out that if this amendment is passed, I think it could lead to confusion and some difficulty for public bodies in having two separate duties, but two parallel duties which aim to achieve similar outcomes. Now, we have already committed within the Biodiversity Delivery Plan to reviewing how that duty operates and making improvements to it to ensure that it is as effective as possible. So on that basis, I would ask that the committee doesn't support this amendment.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. And I'm now going to move back to Mark Ruskell to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 366.
I will simply wind up by effectively just, asking the Cabinet Secretary whether, with the Natural Environment Bill, whether there could be more consideration of duties that are put onto public bodies. Obviously, the Natural Environment Bill will establish targets. Some of those targets will be applied to public bodies. There's a requirement in that bill as well for public bodies to have regard to national park plans that will be, establishing targets for biodiversity as well. So I'd perhaps just, leave the point with the Cabinet Secretary that this isn't really working at the moment. Public bodies are not restoring nature at the scale and extent that we really need them to meet future biodiversity targets, and indeed the targets and the objectives that are in the biodiversity strategy. So I do feel that more work is required, whether it's in this bill, whether it's in the Natural Environment Bill, and perhaps a further conversation with Ariane Burgess might be useful ahead of stage 3 of this bill and ahead of stage 2 of the other bill.
So can I just clarify, Mark, are you wishing to withdraw this?
I'm going to withdraw 366.
Thank you. So Mark Russell, on behalf of Ariane Burgess, wishes to withdraw Amendment 366. Does any member object? No one does. So I'll call Amendment 367 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 182. Mark Ruskell to move or not move?
Not moved.
Okay. Taxes in relation to the land. I'm going to call Amendment 368 in the name of Rhoda Grant, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. Now, I believe, I'm just looking to see who's Monica.
I think it's Mercedes.
Sorry?
Mercedes is going to be...
Oh, sorry, just checking to see who was going to be moving that amendment. And I should have realised that it was Mercedes. So I asked Mercedes Vialba to move Rhoda Grant's Amendment 368 and speak to the amendments in that group. Mercedes.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, it's still me. These are probing amendments from Rhoda Grant on the basis that there's a clear and legitimate precedent for governments to use taxation to seek to alter behaviours. We see it in smoking, alcohol, car fuel and other areas. In relation to land, it's important to note that the Scottish Government has already introduced a premium on second home purchases to create a disincentive approach to such transactions. The amendments in this group are seeking to explore whether a review of land and building transaction tax, LBTT, and a sliding scale of LBTT supplement for increasing scale of land ownership could be used to discourage the ownership of large tracts of land. The purpose of land reform is, of course, to change land ownership patterns. At the same time, taxation and agricultural funding provide greater rewards for larger landholdings. So these policies are at odds. Now, we in Labour recognise that this bill is not where we make taxation decisions, but we do believe it's the place to have the debate on whether we are using all the levers at our disposal to change the land ownership patterns in Scotland and whether these policies are currently at odds. Now, Amendment 368 introduces a new section, 26B, allowing the Scottish ministers to impose an additional tax on purchases of large landholdings, those exceeding 500 hectares. This amendment also ensures regulations under this new power follow the affirmative procedure, which would require the Scottish Parliament's approval. Amendment 369 introduces a new tax relief under the Land and Buildings Transaction Tax Scotland Act 2013, specifically for transactions carried out under the Community Right to Buy provisions of the Land Reform Scotland Act 2003. LBTT can be a significant cost for community groups, particularly when purchasing large or high-value land parcels. So removing this cost would make community ownership more feasible and aligns with the government's land reform objectives. And Amendment 370 introduces a mandatory review of land and buildings transaction tax as it applies to non-residential properties, with a focus on how the tax influences land ownership patterns, community wealth and rural sustainability. It requires Scottish ministers to review LBTT's impact on non-residential land transactions within 1 year. The review must assess diversifying land ownership, how landholding size affects community wealth, measures to support repopulation and sustainable communities, then a published report within 2 years, with the report to outline any proposed policy changes. Now, as I've said, these are probing amendments. We're very keen to have discussions with the Cabinet Secretary in advance of Stage 3 and in advance of potential future legislation in this area. And with regards to the amendments in the name of Ross Greer, again, we welcome the debate on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mercedes. Now, I'm going to welcome Ross Greer to the committee because I think it's the first time you've spoken in this committee on this subject. So I'm going to ask you to speak to Amendment 466 and any other amendments in the group. Ross.
Thank you, Convener. I've enjoyed watching the Stage 2 proceedings so far from my office and waiting to swoop in when the moment arose. I should start off by just referring members to my register of interest in relation to my regional office receiving rates relief under the Small Business Bonus Scheme, which is somewhat relevant to some of the amendments that will come later on. In moving Amendment 446, what I'm trying to do here is require ministers to set a surcharge rate for land and buildings transaction tax for transactions of large land holdings, i.e., as the bill is currently drafted, those exceeding 1,000 hectares. But there's a regulation making power in there to vary both the surcharge rate and the definition of a large land holding. The intention of this is to discourage acquisition of large land holdings and therefore to encourage the break-up of large estates and reduce the concentration of land in very, very few hands. The bill, particularly in the lotting arrangements, aims to promote diversification of land ownership ownership. More people owning small landholdings, fewer people owning large ones. If that's the aim, as Mercedes Villalba's just said, we should be using more levers to achieve that aim, and I think our tax system is an obvious way in which we can achieve that. So Amendment 446 would mean that someone buying up a large landholding pays proportionately more than someone buying a smaller one, not just more in absolute terms. This would prompt behaviour change, so it would discourage the acquisition of swathes of Scottish land by a wealthy few. But frankly, if you're in a position to buy up 1,000 hectares or more, you can likely afford to pay more in tax. So anyone who's not put off entirely would be making a substantial, but I would suggest a fair contribution to the funding of public services in Scotland. But to be clear, the primary intention here is behaviour change, not revenue raising. Now, in the policy memorandum accompanying the bill that was published in March of last year, the government said, and I quote, "In relation to taxation, the Scottish Government is giving careful consideration to these complex matters and intends to explore them more fully as part of its commitment to producing a long-term tax strategy." End quote. In December, the Government released the tax strategy, and that specified tax as a lever to effect positive behaviour change as one of the Government's priorities, and specifically on land reform. The Government said, "We're also taking forward work with the Scottish Land Commission to consider the role of taxation and fiscal interventions in supporting land reform and reducing greenhouse gas emissions from land." So there's positive intention there, but I feel we've got ourselves trapped into a process of talking about having further discussions with key stakeholders, and it never really moves forward. So I've brought these amendments to try and move that conversation on somewhat. Now, on to non-domestic rates and shooting estates. My amendments 479 and 480 are intended to stop shooting estates from receiving non-domestic rates relief through the small business bonus scheme. So Amendment 479 would mandate that assessors categorise crofts separately from shootings, and 480 would prevent landholdings listed as shootings from being eligible for rate relief. Now, views on the value of shooting estates will clearly vary across the committee and the Parliament. I would say that they're some of the least economically productive ways to use land. There are vanishingly few jobs for the amount of land that's used, and they're ecologically totally counterproductive. They effectively create sterile monocultures, eradicating native wildlife, which doesn't suit the purpose of hunting what's usually a single species for sport. The small business bonus scheme gives rate relief to businesses on the premises rateable value. It's a blunt tool, and it doesn't meaningfully target small businesses. There are hundreds of shooting estates across Scotland who get the small business bonus scheme relief, and that's subsidising the operating costs of blood sports that contribute to the biodiversity crisis and the degradation of too much of rural Scotland. In 2020, there was research showing that 9 out of 10 shooting estates received this relief, possibly up to a value of about £10.5 million. In 2023, ministers said they would look at it through their NDR reform work, and in both the Finance Committee and in a letter to the committee in January this year, the Finance Secretary again expressed interest in exploring ending this rate relief for shootings and made clear her and the government's sympathy with the proposal. But she noted an implementation issue where crofts are listed on the valuation roll under shootings. So that's where Amendment 479 comes in. It requires crofts to be categorised separately on the valuation roll. And I'd note that Section 75 of the 2016 Land Reform Act inserted a specific requirement for shootings to be a specific valuation category. So it is normal
pause and take an intervention.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm just scratching my head here. You referred to correspondence sent to this committee regarding the removal of rates relief for sporting estates. Was that sent to this committee, or was that sent to a different committee?
Correspondence to the Finance Committee. Sorry, I said in quick succession Finance Committee, Finance Secretary. I probably didn't make that clear. So Finance and Public Administration.
Sorry, I was trying to remember if I'd missed something, but thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Greer.
Thank you, Convener. I think it's probably down to the speed at which I speak is not helping clarity in these matters. The point I was just making there is that it is normal legislative practice to set definitions around categories for the valuation role. And this is a case where, in relation to the issue highlighted by the Finance Secretary, we can clarify a little bit further and it would allow us to achieve the policy intent here. Amendment 480 would then prevent shooting estates from receiving NDR relief. So these amendments intend to remove the previously cited barriers, that's 479, and then 480. I'm moving at this stage to clarify the Scottish Government's position on that policy intention. Of course, as an alternative to 480, the Government could use its existing powers to exempt shooting estates as a category from the small business bonus scheme, like they've done with payday lenders and others. Onto the valuation rule, so amendments 481, 482, 483. These are intended to ensure that more of Scotland's land is entered on the roll and that all land that ought to be entered is actually there. So Amendment 483 would require ministers to regulate to ensure that all land holdings are entered onto the valuation roll, subject to half a dozen exemptions. So that would end the current system of large-scale exemptions from enrolment for whole use types, for example, agricultural land and fish farms. Now, it's worth emphasising at this point, this would not mean that all currently exempted land would start paying non-domestic rates, just that they would be on the valuation roll. Ministers in Parliament would then have the choice as to whether or not rates should be charged in the normal way. Amendment 482 requires assessors to be notified at the point of transfer of a land holding, so that allows them to enter any outstanding land holdings onto the valuation roll. 481 sets a deadline of 4 years from royal assent for local authorities to ensure that all relevant land holdings are entered onto the roll, with a requirement for ministers to ensure that they get the support they needed to do so, for example, through the provision of a rateable value finder product. So these amendments deliver on recommendations 11 and 28 of the Barclay Review. So they're seeking to improve transparency of the valuation roll and the non-domestic rates system and to prevent tax evasion through omission from the roll. This would give a more complete picture of all property and land in Scotland. The financial benefit that they receive from government can be quantified and better understood by other ratepayers, policymakers and by the general public. Because not all of Scotland's land is on the valuation roll, of course. Now, domestic dwellings are on separate valuation lists for council tax, but huge amounts of land are on neither of those lists, leading to a lack of transparency in the system of land ownership, particularly in light of moves elsewhere to the cadastral system, e.g. of land registrations. So Amendment 483 also delivers on the Barclay Review recommendation to end the broad exemptions from enrolment, except for domestic dwellings, of course, as well as the likes of embassies, because that's covered by treaties, and areas of property and land that would never be taxed, so public roads and bridges, for example. The Government's response to the Barclay Review recommendation at the time was to say there weren't any plans to levy rates on the currently exempt classes, so agricultural land and fish farms, for example. But that's a separate point to having these properties on the roll in the first place. Even if the enrolment doesn't change tax income as they be enrolled and then relieved of liability, this reform would provide clarity and transparency in the system. 482 seeks to reduce the number of land holdings which ought to be on the valuation rolls but currently are not, and 481 puts that backstop on the exercise of 4 years to ensure that that's delivered. 484 would empower local authorities to impose a surcharge on non-domestic rates for vacant and derelict land in addition to this. So that builds on the 2023 devolution of non-domestic rates empty property relief, and it would deliver on recommendation 26 of the Barclay Review. So the theme here is I'm trying to have a number of the Barclay Review's recommendations actually implemented. The intention is for councils to be able to use taxpayers to discourage land from standing derelict and in turn incentivise it being disposed of and brought into productive use, so contributing to local economies rather than acting as a drag on them. 484 seeks to finish what was started when the Butte House Agreement commitment delivered on the devolution of empty property relief. Since then, councils have been able to vary how generous and long-lasting their reliefs are, incentivising bringing vacant and derelict land back into public use. Now, the Barclay Review pointed out the absurdity of subsidising the costs of landowners sitting on non-productive land, allowing that blight to affect local communities. I think we need to do the reverse. We need to deliver on what the Barclay Review pointed out. And finally, Convener, you'll be relieved to hear, Amendment 485 is on the carbon emission land tax. So this would require ministers to launch a consultation on a carbon emission land tax within 90 days of royal assent, to be followed by publication of proposals for one, and then a statement of ministerial intention to implement those proposals. The intention here is to ensure the consultation promised by the government in April of last year takes place. Because in autumn of 2023, the government did confirm plans to take forward a tax on land based on the emissions that it releases. That delivers on a long-standing ask from the John Muir Trust and recognises that land use and land change are some of the biggest contributors to Scotland's emissions. Now, in April of last year, as I said, the government said that over the summer they would consult on the carbon emission land tax. That was the summer of 2024. We're now getting into the summer of 2025 and that consultation still has not taken place. So this amendment seeks to tie the government to a swift timescale to get this important behaviour change mechanism in place, or to be upfront about the fact that that is no longer their policy position, presumably on the basis of opposition from large landowners. And I will finish there, Convener.
Thank you very much, Mr. Greer. I'm just looking around to see if anyone wants to make any comments. I will if no one else does. If I start my comments, well, I always think it's helpful, especially when you've gone through nearly 14 months of consultation on issues relating to land reform, that the issues that come up at stage 2 have been covered during the stage 1 debate. None of these, in my mind, that you put forward, Mr. Greer, or the fact that Rhoda Grant's put forward, have actually come up at stage 1 or have been discussed for the committee to understand, which makes it difficult for me to take anything else but your aspirations to achieve things which may not be related to the evidence that we've heard in the land reform. Now, I should make it clear that there are some of the amendments which I struggle with on the evidence that we've heard, in the sense that we have heard that land management is best produced at scale, and if we are to challenge nature loss and biodiversity as well as dealing with the environment, large land holdings may assist better with that. I believe that some of your amendments, specifically I think it's Amendment 466, would disincentivise people with larger holdings for investing in the high quality nature restoration that we need, especially peatland restoration. As far as the non-domestic rates relief, I struggled when this came in, and the fact that sporting rates were going to be levied on estates. And I should be clear that I have, on my farm, I am levied a certain amount of money for shooting, which I do get non-domestic rates relief. I think it's £485 is the valuation on the roll, so the contribution would not be hard. But what is interesting to note is some of those landholders that suffer the worst are those people who are trying to deliver on actually the policies that were produced by a minister to reduce deer and to cull deer numbers. So the very fact that they are culling deer and doing that, they are actually end up paying sporting rates on that, when actually what they're trying to do is grow trees. As far as the non-domestic rates on shooting, I understand Mr. Greer's aspirations and the fact that he dislikes shooting. I have no issue with that. My issue, though, it is a respected and accepted form of business in Scotland at the moment, which is allowed by law, and therefore to say that that business should be any different to any other business in Scotland because Mr. Greer doesn't like it is difficult for me to understand. Would you like an intervention, Mr. Greer? I've almost tried to provoke you, so I'm happy to do that.
Always happy to be provoked, convener, especially in such a respectful manner. But just on this point of singling out shooting estates and treating them differently to any other business, the point I made in introducing that amendment is that we already do treat different businesses differently. There are a range of businesses that are specifically exempt from the small business bonus scheme, for example, payday lenders. So this wouldn't be singling out shooting estates, it would be moving them from one category into another. And yes, that is the category of businesses that we take a view are less desirable or less deserving of that particular rate relief. Not to single them out uniquely and separate from everyone else, it would be to move them from one list to another already existing list.
Mr. Greer, I hear the point you made. Maybe we should put politicians' office into that group so they pay rates as well. Maybe people would find that as acceptable. I personally believe that, from my experience, that shooting estates do employ people. In fact, one only has to look at an estate like Kinrara, which was taken over for nature conservation, which employed 5 full-time employees and a shepherd, and employs, I think, no one at the moment. So I don't think that's an argument which I'd accept. So I'd be interested to hear what the Cabinet Secretary says, but I'm always mindful that it is very difficult to bring amendments to a committee which has spent a lot of time considering them when they haven't been considered as part of the stage 1 evidence. So at that stage, I'll hand over to the Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you very much, Convener. I think there have been a lot of issues covered today that I'll try my best to work through. But ultimately, I think we have, between the different amendments discussed, as you've outlined, quite a lot of complex changes that I think really need to be properly considered as well as consulted on. And normally when we are making changes to devolve taxes, they're taken forward in tax-specific legislation. There's obviously the consultation that would happen as a result of that as well, with taxpayers, with stakeholders, in line with the framework that we have established for tax principles in our tax strategy. And then ultimately that would be considered by the Finance Committee in the usual way that tax-related measures are. Because I think inserting amendments in this way, potentially agreeing them, I think could then lead to unintended consequences if that work hasn't been undertaken. And I think it's for that reason that I broadly wouldn't be supporting the amendments that are set out in this group today. But I think just to touch on some of the key concerns with it, in relation to the amendments that have been lodged by Rhoda Grant and Mercedes Viaba talked to today, and that Ross Greer had talked to in relation to land and buildings transaction tax, I think accepting these amendments wouldn't allow for a full assessment of the policy or the impacts, the external consultation that we would need to undertake, or the kind of partnership working with Revenue Scotland that would be essential to ensure that there's effective administration and compliance. And I would just say, I think there was a general point that Ross Greer made about lodging some of these amendments, because there can be a frustration that sometimes there are a lot of commitments made and the work behind the scenes either isn't necessarily seen or it's not seen to be progressing in a way that people would like. But I would say, in respect of some of these amendments today, there is a wide-ranging review of LBTT already underway. I think the proposals that have been put forward in relation to that are best considered through that review and in the context of wider changes to community right to buy as part of the ongoing review in that space. So for those reasons, I would ask Mercedes Viaba and Ross Greer not to press those amendments in relation to that today. I think turning to the rest of Ross Greer's amendments in the group, on 479 and 480, we are already committed, as no doubt he'll be aware, and I think he's already set out to exploring whether there are any shooting estates in receipt of small business bonus relief scheme as requested, and whether this could be potentially be removed without risking a negative impact on small businesses. So I think these amendments would prejudge any of the work that would be happening in that space, and again harken back to the point that I made earlier about unintended consequences of that, particularly where no shooting takes place and where the property might therefore be eligible for local empty property relief. It's also... Yes.
Grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for taking the intervention. She said that passing these amendments would potentially prejudge work that's going to take place. Could she outline specifically what work and when? Because I've brought these amendments forward, as she indicated, because the government has made a number of commitments over recent years to this, but from what I've seen during my party's time within government and then since that point is no progress being made. And I can understand that as an argument against 480, and I'd be happy not to move 480 on that basis. I don't understand it as an argument on 479, which is simply to resolve the categorisation issue that government itself has already raised.
I will just be coming to that amendment shortly. I'm more than happy to set out in writing. Obviously, these are areas of policy that I don't lead on in government as well. I know that some of the work that I've just touched on prior to your intervention is in the early stages of work. I think the work in the review, there's already substantial work happening in relation to LBTT, but I'd be happy to set that out or get colleagues to set that out in a letter which specifically establishes the timelines for that work and where it's currently sitting, if that would be helpful. And I think on Amendment 479, what I'm not clear about is how that interacts with the agricultural exemption from the rating, because I think the way that it's been put forward, it risks requiring that crofts be treated differently from the rest of agricultural properties in Scotland. So I don't know if there's anything that Ross Greer can add at that stage that would help clarify that point.
On that point specifically, I mean, this is where it would relate to the other amendments that I've moved in relation to making sure that agricultural land is in fact on the valuation roll. So that's separate to the point of should agricultural land be paying rates. That's a decision that can be taken at budget time through the regular processes. I would come at this in the position that all land should be on one roll or another. It should either be on the NDR roll or it should be on the council tax roll. And this is about separating crofts out, because the government had raised the issue before that quite a lot of land that is currently sitting under the shootings category is in fact crofts. So this is to specify that there's a separation there. I don't believe it would have, certainly in terms of my policy intention of ensuring that all land is on the roll, my intention would not be that crofts then start paying rates in a manner that is not otherwise intended. But the default position should be that all of this land is on the roll. Decisions about what rates you levy and what categories you levy against aren't for this legislation, therefore the regular processes through the budget.
No, I appreciate that further explanation, but I think it just talks to the wider point in some of the discussions that we're getting into today. I don't think this is the appropriate vehicle to necessarily drive them forward. I think turning to some of the other amendments, 481, 482 and 483, all relate to entry of land on the valuation roll. Ultimately, these amendments would bring significant burdens for councils or property owners, and from what we can see, there would be limited policy benefit to that, because it's unclear what problems they're looking to address. Assessors are already required by statute to value all lands and heritages which are not exempt from rating. So I think there would need to be greater consideration of the administrative impact of the changes and exemptions proposed in Amendment 483 and the potential subsidy control implications of any relief that might subsequently be offered. So ultimately, the amendments as they stand, I think, risk increasing the cost for agricultural businesses in Scotland, putting them at a disadvantage compared to other parts of the UK. In relation to Amendment 484, it doesn't specify what proportion of a landholding would have to be vacant in order for the council to be able to levy that higher rate on it. So I think it creates a risk of avoidance as it incentivises the owners of vacant or potentially part vacant property to artificially occupy the property or potentially stretch their occupation of a part occupied property, for example, for storage, that they wouldn't otherwise do in order to avoid higher rates. Yes.
Thank you for that, and thank you for taking an intervention. I mean, I think in some ways I have some sympathy with Amendment 484, is that what I believe is trying to do is stop land banking in urban areas. But unfortunately, I don't think this bill is the right way to do it. And as you would well know, and the point that you're making is that a owner of land could just develop a car park in that land and not do the rest of the development, and if it was feasible to do it. So my question is how do you make Amendment 484 fit for purpose? Because at the moment I don't see that it is.
Well, and that is my concern with it. I think just as I've outlined there, and potential unintended consequences of it. But I'd be happy to, whether that's myself or whether it's one of my cabinet colleagues, to pick up that discussion to see the best way of trying to address the issues that have been highlighted through that, if that would be agreeable to members. And they're happy to have that conversation with me. Yes.
Thanks, Cabinet Secretary, and thank you to the convener for his point on that. Can I just clarify, is that an offer to engage in discussions with the view to potentially bringing forward a Stage 3 amendment that would address those concerns but still achieve the policy objective, or to address it out with the bill? Because if it's the former, I'd be happy not to move and see if we can get something agreed for Stage 3.
Well, I think that's something that I'm not able to necessarily commit to at this stage without having those further conversations, because I think it's been highlighted through the discussions that we're having today. There could be wide-ranging implications. And again, this isn't an area of policy that I lead on. I would need to have that discussion with other colleagues too. So I understand if you still want to press the amendment today, but I would be asking that the committee don't support it, because I think there is a whole host of other work that would need to happen in the background in order for this to be brought forward, and I don't believe that this is the right vehicle for that to happen. And I think, just turning finally to Ross Greer's amendments in relation to a carbon land tax, and as Ross Greer's already outlined in relation to the Scottish budget which we published, we've committed to working with the Scottish Land Commission to consider options for the land tax. Again, as part of the letter and the update I've committed to provide to Ross Greer, I'm more than happy to provide an update on the work specifically in relation to this, because the work is already underway and engagement has already been taking place with stakeholders to understand any potential impacts, as well as to develop the necessary evidence base. But I think I'm also concerned that the way that Amendment 45 is set out and what it's requiring would mean that the government has to set out a plan to implement a carbon land tax, regardless of the evidence that we received during that consultation, which I think would then undermine the purpose of it. And it's for that reason that I would ask committee not to support it.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. And I'm going to move to Mercedes Fialba to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 368. Mercedes.
I have nothing further to add, and I would like to withdraw Amendment 368.
Okay, Mercedes Fialba wishes to withdraw Rhoda Grant's Amendment 368. Does any member object to this amendment being withdrawn? No one does. Okay, thank you. So we'll move to Call Amendment 369 in the name of Rhoda Grant, already debated with Amendment 368. And Mercedes Fialba, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. Call Amendment 370 in the name of Rhoda Grant, already debated with Amendment 368. Mercedes Fialba, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. Call Amendment 466 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 368. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Move.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 466 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No, we're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. And those who wish to abstain. Sorry, thank you. Couldn't see over your pen. Okay. Amendment 466, I confirm there is 1 vote for, 5 votes against and 1 abstention. Therefore, Amendment 466 is not agreed. Right, compulsory acquisition and sale. We're going to move to calling Amendment 371 in the name of Douglas Lumsden, group with Amendments 372, 471 and 504. Douglas Lumsden, could you move Amendment 371 and speak to all the amendments in the group? Douglas.
Yeah, happy to move Amendment 371 in my name. The intention of 371 is to protect farmland being acquired by compulsory purchase for energy infrastructure use. What I'm doing in this amendment is asking that alternatives are investigated first before using land that is used for farming. Amendment 372 is simply setting out that Scottish ministers cannot compulsory purchase land for energy infrastructure if a community body intends to exercise a right to buy or has registered an interest to buy. You know, if we are serious that this bill is about giving communities a greater say with what happens to the land, then Scottish ministers should not be seen. This should not be seen as a way of getting round these community right to buy intentions by using compulsory purchase powers to facilitate large energy projects. Of course.
Could Douglas Lumsden just clarify whether, within his definition here of energy infrastructure, he would also include nuclear reactors, any infrastructure that would be required for repowering the Peterhead gas electricity generation station, or any other? Is it about all forms of energy infrastructure, including nuclear power?
Yeah. In terms of 372, yes, it includes all of those things. You know, where communities have the right to buy, then that should be taken into consideration. Because I've heard stories from constituents that energy companies that are using the threat of compulsory purchase to force what they want onto communities and landowners, and these amendments are trying to make sure that communities, landowners and land is protected. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. And just before I call the next amendment, I want to be clear that as a farmer, I often am approached by energy companies to put pylon lines over my land, and I am currently being forced under threat of compulsory powers to take a pylon line over my farm, which interrupts my business for the benefit of another's business. So I just want to put that on the record so people are aware of that. And I'm going to welcome Ben McPherson to the committee. Good morning, Ben. You have been a member of the committee and I think are a substitute on it, and I'm going to ask you to speak to Amendment 471 and the other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, to colleagues and
almost afternoon
to the Cabinet Secretary and her team, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to my amendments 471 and 504 about compulsory sale orders. And I've brought these amendments primarily as probing amendments, but I do so in the context of hearing through the Stage 1 evidence when I was on the committee, and also since leaving the committee about a year ago, the compelling case for urban land reform. And as the constituency MSP for the most urban, densely populated part of Scotland, the need for action is very clear to me in my day-to-day work. I note the discussion that there's also been during Stage 2 on urban land reform, for example, the Deputy Convener's Amendment 42 that was previously discussed. The use of land is just as important and just as pertinent in urban Scotland as it is in rural Scotland. Indeed, particularly in this capital city, the housing crisis is very much affected by the value of land, and we need to take measures to change this. I appreciate that how we use land well and make the most of land, particularly that land that is vacant and derelict in places where people need homes, There are a number of mechanisms to do that. There are compulsory purchase orders, which I appreciate are being reviewed by the government at present. There is a community right to buy, which I know that there is a review ongoing. There are taxation measures that some have been instigated already by the Scottish Government, and of course we've discussed some other measures today, and that is always an area of consideration. And there is incentivisation through investment, and the Scottish Government's vacant and derelict land investment programme has made a positive impact, and I'm supportive of it. However, there are times that we may want to release land and for it not to go into community ownership or ownership of the public sector. We want to release it so that it is used as soon as possible by other parties that would want to build on it, invest in it, make the most of it. In my constituency of Edinburgh, Northern and Leith, there are large areas of land that could and should have been used for housing development in years and decades past. I think also pertinently of the example of the Air Station Hotel, which sat for a long time empty, vacant, derelict, and the owner simply, as far as I'm aware, didn't respond to correspondence, let alone invest in that property. Of course, that building was then unfortunately vandalised, set on fire, and became a public liability, affecting the nearby station at significant public cost. Entities like that and land in my constituency should be able to be moved on. And for that, I think a compulsory sale order is an important tool that should be available. Indeed, my party stated in its manifesto in 2021 on page 40 that we would look to bring in compulsory sale orders. The Scottish Land Commission has looked at the issue in detail in its 2018 paper. During this committee's Stage 1 evidence, Dr Wright on the 4th of February spoke in favour of compulsory sale orders. Andy Whiteman, Peter Peacock and Laurie McFarlane spoke on the 3rd of December in favour of compulsory sale orders. Linda Gillespie spoke on the 5th of November in favour of compulsory sale orders. So there is strong agreement and also cross-party support from a number of MSPs who've raised compulsory sale orders in recent years. I thank the Cabinet Secretary for the engagement I've had with her and her officials in advance of this Stage 2 on the issue of compulsory sale orders. And I know you want to speak to my amendment shortly, Cabinet Secretary. I also note the Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice's response to Amendment 515 in the Housing Scotland Bill. And I note that on the 29th of May, Shirley Somerville MSP stated that she confirmed that the Scottish Government intend to consult on compulsory sale or lease orders before the end of this parliamentary session, which I welcome. I would be grateful if the Cabinet Secretary could firmly commit to this and that deadline of the end of this parliamentary session will be met. These are complex areas of law. If we're bringing in compulsory sale orders, we want to do it well so that they're effective. So if time needs to be taken to do that, I understand. But we need to move on this. We need this aspect in the toolkit, so to speak. So I urge the Scottish Government to consider how compulsory sale orders can be brought in as practically as possible and as soon as possible. And also more widely, in the context of everything that I've said, if the Scottish Government were able to consider further the issue of urban land reform ahead of Stage 3 of this bill, then I'm sure myself and a number of other MSPs would be interested in engaging with the Cabinet Secretary constructively ahead of Stage 3 on these matters.
Thank you very much, Ben. Just looking to see if any other member wants to speak. Can I just make a few points? Is that I know Ben McPherson was on the committee and always made the point about urban land reform and the need for urban land reform. Unfortunately, every land reform that we've done has reflected in this Parliament the rural land reform, which means that most of the people who are going to feel the effects of it don't actually see it because it doesn't touch them in urban areas. And I think it's a huge missed opportunity. I'm not sure what can be done ahead of stage 3 as far as urban land reform is concerned, but I have some concerns that we've missed it, and it's a missed opportunity, and I would join Ben on the comments that he's made there. Turning to Amendment 371 from my colleague Douglas Lumsden. The point I made earlier is I understand this is a change to the Town and Country Planning Act 1997. My slight concern is that's not going to actually stop it because it will be under the Electricity Act, I think, unless my memory of the legislation is such that I've got that wrong, but it's the compulsory purchase, and the threat of compulsory purchase is done under the Electricity Act. Now, I have to say, and it would be wrong of me not to point out, that over the weekend there was a meeting in the Highlands which involved 53 community councils representing over 70,000 people who had huge concerns with the way the compulsory powers were being used to enforce on communities power lines and transmission lines across Scotland. So my sympathy is with my colleague Amendment 371. I'm not quite convinced it's competent, but I would urge the Cabinet Secretary to be mindful that benefiting one person's business at the expense of communities and other businesses by using compulsory powers is, I think, the misuse of those compulsory powers and where they were put in. But I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary will correct me if I've got my education wrong as far as which act it is and which bill it is. So, Cabinet Secretary, over to you.
We'll come to that, Convener. I think I just have to say out, again, given the nature of the amendments from Douglas Lumsden, as I've said, when amendments have been debated in previous groups, this is a matter of interest in my own constituency. And I want to make clear that I appear before the committee today in my capacity as a Minister of the Scottish Government, and the position I'm presenting reflects the collective view of the Scottish Government and concerns a matter of law and policy for which I have ministerial responsibility. And separately, and in line with the Scottish Ministerial Code, I've made my views and those of my constituents known to the responsible minister in the appropriate way. However, the issue under discussion today is distinct from that constituency interest, and my contributions today should therefore be understood as reflecting the government's position, not a personal or a constituency-specific stance. I think you have probably summed up, Convener, I think the issues with this amendment, because I think while I completely appreciate what Douglas Lumsden is trying to achieve with this, electricity licence holders can compulsorily acquire land under powers at Schedule 3 of the Electricity Act 1989. So this amendment wouldn't have any effect on the compulsory purchase orders made under those powers.
Can the Cabinet Secretary, can you just give way? Can it just on that point, it is for the transmission of power, it is not for battery storage. So battery storage would fall under a different legislation, because my understanding is that the Electricity Act is about transmission, not about storage, and electricity companies are not empowered to store power.
That could well be right. I would just want to double check that and clarify before coming back to the convener. But it's for the reasons that I've set out that I would ask members not to support these amendments. And I think, turning to the comments that have been made by Ben McPherson in relation to compulsory sales orders, I absolutely appreciate the points that have been made by Ben McPherson and yourself, convener, in relation to urban land reform more generally. What I would say is the measures that we're bringing forward in the bill were largely based on the recommendations of the Scottish Land Commission and the work that they had done that identified that the most pressing issues at that time were in relation to rural areas, and that's why we've introduced these measures. But as Ben McPherson himself touched on, there is a range of other work that's ongoing at the moment that I feel could help address some of those issues, though not necessarily through using this bill as the mechanism to do it. So I would say specifically on the amendment, and as Ben McPherson touched on in his comments, there is he'll be aware and outlined the progress of a similar amendment to the housing bill that the Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice announced that the Government will consult on compulsory sale and lease powers before the end of this Parliament. I realise that may now fall within the remit of the new Cabinet Secretary for Housing, but I'll be sure to follow up with her on that and to ensure that we see progress in relation to that. Yes.
I would be grateful if the relevant Cabinet Secretary could follow up with myself directly and the committee just on the clarity of how that will be taken forward and whom will be leading it in government.
I'd be happy to follow that up with my colleagues and to make sure that that happens. And because I do think that given these would be significant powers, the consultation will help ensure that any such powers deliver what's needed and they are appropriate and proportionate. The consultation will also be vital in building safeguards into the system, such as creating an appeals process, rights to compensation, which aren't included in this amendment. And at the same time, compulsory purchase powers can already be used to acquire land and property in a wide range of circumstances, including bringing vacant and derelict land back into use for housing. However, notwithstanding that, we are implementing a really comprehensive programme of work to reform and modernise Scotland's compulsory purchase system with a view to making it simpler, more streamlined and ultimately trying to make it fairer too. So a substantial consultation on the proposed changes that we're bringing forward through that work is proposed for the coming months, and I'd be happy to keep members updated on that. But yes?
Thank you. Just a point of clarity. Will the consultation on compulsory purchase orders will be separate to the consultation on compulsory sale orders? Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
And so, just with taking all of that into account, that's why I would ask Ben McPherson not to press his amendments today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. I'm now going to go to Douglas Lumsden to wind up on press or withdraw Amendment 371.
Nothing further to add, and I'll press Amendment 371.
OK, thank you. The question is Amendment 371 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hand. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against that. And those who wish to abstain, please raise their hands. OK, Amendment 371, there's 1 vote for, there's 5 votes against, there's 1 abstention, therefore Amendment 371 is not agreed. I call Amendment 372 in the name of Douglas Lumsden, already debated with Amendment 371. Douglas Lumsden to move or not move. The question is that Amendment 372 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hand. Those against, please raise their hand. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against that. And those who wish to abstain, please raise their hands. Yeah, so on Amendment 372, there's 1 vote for, 5 votes against, 1 abstention. Therefore, Amendment 372 is not agreed. Now, what I propose to do, just to give you warning, is the next amendment is in a group on its own. So we'll discuss it on a group on its own, and then we will take a brief pause before we move on to the next one, because that will be about an hour and a half since the last break. So I call Amendment 374 in the name of Mark Ruskell in a group on its own. Mark Ruskell to move and speak to Amendment 374.
Yeah, thanks very much, Convener. So members will recall that just over a year ago, Parliament passed the Wildlife Management and Muirburn Act, introducing a licensing scheme for shooting red grouse in Scotland. The intent of that legislation was for the whole area of an estate to be included in the licence, given that gamekeepers are normally employed to undertake predator control over the entire estate. But there's a loophole in the legislation that is allowing Grassmoor managers to specify a particular part of an estate to which the licence is to apply to, essentially the Grassmoor itself rather than the surrounding land of the estate. Now, this is really concerning given that incidents of raptor persecution often occur outside of the Grassmoor itself, and members will recall that this was an issue that was brought up in evidence at stage 1. Even though the scope of this bill is quite narrow, it was an issue that was raised by RSPB and other stakeholders. So Amendment 374 seeks to close that unintended loophole, clarifying that a Grassmoor licence would cover an entire landholding, keeping the licensing scheme in line with the intention of Parliament when it passed the legislation last year.
Does any other member, apart from me, wish to say anything? OK. Sorry, Bob.
Just very briefly on this, Convener, I'm aware of this issue. I associate myself with some of the concerns that Mark Ruskell has raised. It's remiss that I didn't get the opportunity to speak to the Cabinet Secretary about this ahead of today. I'm not sure what the Scottish position will be on this, but I'll listen carefully to what the Cabinet Secretary says, and I may reach out ahead of stage 3 in relation to it. I'd like Mark Ruskell for raising the matter. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Tim Eagle.
Just to make a very brief point, Convener, my understanding is that this has been widely discussed, very widely discussed amongst stakeholders and government before. Indeed, I think there were questions raised on this in the Parliament not that long ago during a rural questions session, and that there was certain, I'm not going to go into the full depth of it, but there are particular reasons why Nature Scott ultimately took the approach that Mark Ruskell is laying out now, but very quickly, I think on the advice of, I think I've even got it in my notes, on the advice of a KC, then changed that back. So I think you're trying to close that loophole, but there was very clear reasons why it's more appropriate for the grouse licence to only apply to the area to shoot rather than the whole landowning, where there might be other shooters coming in or issues with separate landowners. Okay,
thank you. If there's nothing else, I would just say I always think when you look at legislation, what it's called is what it's attempting to do. So this was Grasmore licensing, and this takes this well beyond this. In fact, the application in Amendment 374 talks about land within the ownership of occupation of the applicant that is contiguous or where management activities relate to the taking or killing of that bird. Well, they could be miles apart. They could be in the north of Scotland, they could be in Caithness, and they could be the land ownership well away. And I think that the amendments that have been made to the legislation to include only areas where grouse are killed is the correct definition of Grasmore licences. So I can't support this amendment for that simple reason, but I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary will have a view. So, Cabinet Secretary, to you.
Thanks very much, Convener. Just to say that I understand the concerns that have been set out by Mark Ruskell and the concerns surrounding the area licensed under the grouse licensing scheme. However, I think the way that this amendment is drafted, I don't think it would have the effect that is intended. Now, Nature Scott have implemented an additional condition on all grouse licences to try and resolve the concerns that this amendment would seek to address. And additionally, I do think just overall, given the subject of the amendment, it would be more appropriate for that to be considered through the Natural Environment Bill, where for the scrutiny and debate to happen alongside other wildlife management legislation. So whether that's with myself or another of my colleagues who are leading on elements of the Natural Environment Bill, I think we'd be happy to discuss that with Mark Ruskell separately. But on that basis, I would ask the committee not to support this amendment.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. And I'm going to ask Mark Ruskell to wind up and press and withdraw Amendment 374.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. And, you know, I note the interest of Bob Doris and a number of members in this issue. I think at the end of the day, this is a piece of legislation that is not functioning in the way that it should do. So, Convener, I'm less interested in the area in which grouse can be killed. I'm more interested in the area in which raptors are being illegally persecuted and are being killed. And if that is the primary intention of this licensing regime, is to drive down levels of raptor persecution to ensure that land managers are sticking to the law, then it's clearly not functioning at this point. My point here is about, when can we fix this? So if this is not the appropriate bill, I don't want to get to a point with the Natural Environment Bill where a similar amendment is raised, and again it's seen as, well, it's not quite right for this bill either, because there is a need to fix this right now. So the commitment the Cabinet Secretary has given to look again at this, I think, is important, but I will only withdraw this on a clear understanding that a fix will hang on a second. A fix will be found for this, and it will be brought forward at Natural Environment Bill, either by the government or I will bring forward something myself. I'll let you in again, Convener.
Thank you very much, Mark. And I think the point that you make is right, that the aim of the Grasmore licensing was to address what was perceived to be a problem with persecution of raptors. And I accept that, and I accept that raptor persecution is wrong. The trouble is, it's hardly been going for the shake of two shakes of a dog's tail. It's just literally come in. We haven't seen whether it's had any effect, and you're already changing it. So that to me, I don't understand what your justification is. Perhaps there is evidence I've missed. So what has not changed?
Well, because the fundamental basis of the bill is that the area of licensing has been drawn far too narrow, and it doesn't include those areas where raptor persecution is actually occurring. So we have effectively a licensing regime which is at the outset somewhat dysfunctional, convener, and it's important that it covers the area where the crimes are actually taking place. I think the government acknowledges that this is a problem. It is somewhat embarrassing that this legislation was brought forward. It was widely celebrated amongst those who are working in conservation, who've been campaigning for many, many years. And I think it is a balanced piece of legislation, but this is clearly a loophole. If there's a commitment from the government to really fix this, then I won't move it today.
So you won't?
I won't be moving it today.
Thank you. So, just to clarify, Mark Ruskell wishes to withdraw Amendment 374. Does anyone object to this amendment being withdrawn? No. Good. Thank you. And I say good because that allows us not to do anything more but take a break. It's 12:21. I would ask members to be back here for 12:30 for the next hour or so of amendments that we'll be going through. So I suspend the meeting for 10 minutes. Good afternoon and welcome back to this meeting of the Net Zero Energy and Transport Committee, where we're looking at stage 2 of the Land Reform Bill. For our next session, depends on how quickly we go, but till around 1:30. I'm not saying Cabinet Secretary ought to cut your speaking notes down, but it's up to you. We've got quite a way to go if we're going to get to where I want to be before we close today and start again tomorrow night. So I'm going to move to information about land, and I'm going to call Amendment 375 in the name of Mark Ruskell, grouped with Amendments 376, 377, 378, 470, 475 and 477. Mark Ruskell, can you move Amendment 375 and speak to all the amendments in your group?
Yeah, thanks very much, Convener. I will do, and I'll also speak to Ariane's Amendment 470 on ScotList. So the Register of Controlling Interests was passed in 2021, and the predecessor committee to this committee spent a long time looking over that super affirmative instrument, working out whether that register was going to be effective, whether the kind of penalties and provisions within it were going to be effective. And I think we reached a point where, obviously the instrument couldn't be amended, but perhaps the committee had some questions and concerns about how effective it was going to be. So since that was passed, landowners have been required to publicly register their ownership and the controlling interests around their land. And, I think Parliament and Government, recognised at the time there were issues about lack of transparency in who owns Scotland's land, who controls it. So currently landowners who do not give their details for inclusion in that public register are committing a criminal offence. However, I have had constituents who've brought to my attention cases within my own region where Police Scotland have perhaps chosen not to investigate those who are thought to be flouting the law in this case because of perhaps a lack of capacity or a lack of expertise in this quite technical area of law. So I do feel that to enable the Register of Controlling Interests to work, then it does need to be revised, and I think we did take a little bit of evidence on this at stage 1. So I'm really putting forward 2 amendments today, 375, 376, as really probing amendments to present 2 options for how this could be reformed going forward to ensure greater compliance. So 375 would change the current situation where if you don't comply with this, you get a £5,000 fine to an annual recurring fine until there is compliance. That would be one way to do it within the provision of the existing regulation. So for many large landowners, this would be the cost of carrying on with business as usual. And so this amendment, a £5,000 fine would be, so this amendment would have to be accompanied by a strong commitment from Scottish ministers and Police Scotland to tackle the problems that are hindering enforcement of the current regulations. 376 is a slightly different approach, perhaps a more complex approach, but it would be a quicker way of enforcing and addressing this problem, making failure to register ownership a civil rather than a criminal offence, with a Land and Communities Commissioner able to issue a £40,000 annual fine. So while this doesn't have the kind of heft of a criminal conviction, it's a stronger upfront financial penalty, and it perhaps aligns more with the penalties and provisions within this bill as they relate to land management plans and community engagement. We've had discussions about what an appropriate fine level is. It's just a bit odd that when it comes to the other bits, the Register of Controlling Interests, that was established, you don't have a similar penalty, and I think that is causing problems. But I'll listen to the Cabinet Secretary's comments and a reflection on what steps can be taken by ministers to strengthen enforcement of this register. So turning to Ariane Burgess's Amendment 470, it seeks to expand Scotland's Land Information Service, or ScotList. And following the 2015 land reform legislation, John Swinney committed to bringing forward a comprehensive, publicly available mapping tool to make available a range of information about how Scotland's land is owned and used. So the ScotList service that is available on the Register of Scotland website just makes available information on ownership and sale that's held by the keeper. And while this is important, it does fall short of that comprehensive information service that was envisaged in 2015. Knowing how land is used and what activities are being supported by public subsidies is important for giving us all a fuller understanding of Scotland's land use, its contribution to the economy and to achieving net zero and other public objectives. So Amendment 470 would require that within 2 years of royal assent of this bill, the current ScotList service is expanded to include information such as biodiversity status, active travel routes, flood records, location of public services and land held under agricultural tenancies. So these categories were recommended by the Government's Digital Land and Services Task Force, which reported to ministers in 2015. Making such information publicly accessible in a single database would add greater accuracy to our view of Scotland's land use and ownership. So, give an example of that. We just discussed implementation of carbon land tax. Again, before anything like that could be brought in, we need to have a much more comprehensive view of land holdings. So an expanded ScotList is really the first step to implementing such a tax and arrange. Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand how you would see this all being added. Would you see this being, if there was a new piece of land or a piece of land being registered, that all these additional details would be added on, or would you envisage that we would go back and then look at all ScotList records and add what was there? And if that was the case, then do you think there would be a significant cost to do all that work?
Well, the government has already made a commitment to expand and develop ScotList. I mean, ScotList is a living thing. It's not frozen in time. So I think the frustration is that at the moment it's not really achieving its potential, and it could, as hopefully I've managed to give you some examples of, it could be quite a powerful tool in terms of ensuring that where public money is going into investing in land and public objectives, that we're matching that up to the land of Scotland, and that we're able to see the impact of strategic policy across the whole of Scotland. So I think it's a really good tool to have that mapping tool, really useful for councils, national parks, Scottish Government, really useful to see where public money is being spent, really useful to see where the opportunities, the economic opportunities are for landowners, working, for example, at a landscape scale. So, this really would be for Registers of Scotland, the keeper, to kind of work through a work programme of how ScotList can be expanded. But I guess this is an existing commitment. I'm not suggesting something completely new. We have ScotList. There is a commitment to expand it. There was that Digital Land and Services Task Force which recommended using ScotList in a whole range of different ways. I think it's just a frustration that when it comes to policies like carbon land tax or a whole range of other policies which you may or may not agree with, the implementation of it really requires having that accurate database, that accurate map database of land across Scotland, and we don't have that. And I think until we have that, we're always going to come up against problems if we want to be ambitious in terms of land policy. I think I'm going to leave it there, Convener.
Thank you, Mark. I'm going to call Mercedes Fialba to speak to Rhoda Grant's Amendment 377 and any other amendments in the group. Mercedes.
Thank you, Convener. Rhoda Grant's amendments in this group address the fact that currently beneficial ownership of land is required to be registered, but there is a loophole. If a person has a security declaration in place, their details can remain hidden and it can be used to evade transparency, where tenants may have no way of contacting the landlord who has controlling interest in the land. When a tenant needs to discuss land management, repairs or other issues but cannot reach the decision maker, this causes significant problems. So, Amendment 377 introduces a new right for tenants to request contact with an associate, i.e. the person with controlling interest, even if a security declaration is in place. The Keeper of the Registers of Scotland, the official responsible for maintaining the register of persons holding a controlled interest in land, must facilitate communication between the tenant and the associate while still protecting the associate's personal details. As mentioned previously, the Register of Persons Holding a Controlled Interest in Land, the RCI, requires certain entities, for example trusts or offshore companies, to disclose individuals with controlling interests in land, even if they are not the legal owners. However, individuals can apply for a security declaration under Regulation 16 if public disclosure would risk their safety. Currently, when someone applies for a security declaration, the Keeper of the Registers of Scotland must notify the recorded person, i.e. the legal owner or entity, and the associate, the person with controlling interests. So Amendment 378 would add the Chief Constable of the Police Service of Scotland to the list of parties who must be notified when a security declaration is applied for and when a security declaration is revoked or expires. This ensures that law enforcement is aware of situations where someone's safety may be at risk due to land ownership disputes, as well as transparency requirements. These amendments seek to close the current loophole which stops tenants contacting their landlord while protecting any owners of land that may be at risk if their details are published. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mercedes. Now, on the list, I would normally call Ariane Burgess to speak to Amendment 470, but as Mark Ruskell is raising issues for her and has already spoken to Amendment 470, I'm just checking you don't want to repeat everything you've said. Right, thank you for that. Monica Lennon, then, therefore, to speak to Amendment 475 and any other amendments in the group. Monica.
Thank you, Convener. I'll speak to my amendments 475 and 477. So Mark Ruskell, on behalf of Ariane Burgess, has set out why we need to address Scot lists. So I'll try not to repeat any of the very able-made points that Mark made. But I think it is just good to put on the record again that it was the former Deputy First Minister, John Swinney, who made a very clear commitment back in 2015 to establish a land information system for Scotland, and that such a system would provide, and I quote, a one-stop digital database for land and information services, end quote. So we've heard from Mark Ruskell what's been implemented, some of the shortcomings around that. That work is incomplete. I submitted a written question to the government recently. I got a response back from the Minister, Ivan McKee. So there is ongoing work, but I share the frustration that I think Mark Ruskell has articulated. I think his frustration as well as Ariane Burgess's. So my amendment 475 isn't as prescriptive as the amendment in Ariane Burgess's name, but obviously the rationale is similar. So I'd be really keen to hear what the Cabinet Secretary has to say. And then if I can turn to 477, Convener. In Regulation 12, paragraph 2A of the Land Register Rules, etc. Scotland Regulations of 2014, the Keeper of the Registers of Scotland is required by law to enter on the title sheet in the Land Register the consideration. And typically this will be the price paid for land, and this is how we have good data on house prices in Scotland. The consideration can also be given as, quote, for love, favour and affection, for example, which is the accepted term for a gift to a relative. There are other terms that have been used for many decades that have accepted meanings. In recent years, however, an increasing number of large landholdings have changed ownership, where the considerations are given simply as an implementation of missives. So, if we look at the years 2020 to 2022, almost 1/4 of all land sold as part of large landholdings, defined as those over 500 hectares, entered implementation of missives as the consideration. But in 2023, this jumped to 72% of the extent of all large landholdings. That was over 40,000 hectares that were sold. 8 out of 12 sales of holdings over 1,000 hectares gave this term as the consideration. Now, those of you who know the basis of conveyancing will be aware that missives are exchanged as part of the conveyancing process, and they will be implemented unless the sale falls through. The implementation of missives, therefore, is a meaningless term. The keeper, as a matter of law, is a registrar and not an arbiter or enforcer. She faithfully records the consideration as given in the disposition. Given that this term is being used arguably to conceal the sum of money paid, Amendment 477 requires the keeper to enter the actual sum of money that changes hands.
Thank you, Monica. Just looking around to see if any other members. If I could just make comment on four amendments. Amendments 375 and 376 in the name of Mark Ruskell, I find it quite interesting, and I think he and I both know in relation to what case this was where somebody had failed to register, and it was actually brought to my attention, I think, as well as yours. And I fear the Cabinet Secretary got warned of this person as well. But it seems to me that as a one-off event, I haven't yet had any other information regarding people failing to register. In fact, I have not heard of anyone at all, and therefore Amendments 375 and 376 seem to be a bit of a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But, I mean, my view is that the law is there and people should be encouraged to do it. And where they fail to do it, actually the penalties that are within the law should be imposed. As far as Amendment 377, which Mercedes Villalba brought to the committee, my concern is that she said it was a serious problem. I am not aware of any reports of people hiding behind security, i.e. refusing to have their names divulged from security, which has affected the operation of any of the tenants or people associated or wanting to know about that ownership. So if there was some evidence of that, I might be minded to look at it in a different way, but as there isn't, I find it difficult to support Amendment 377. And when it comes to Amendment 475, which I think is raised by I think it was Rhoda Grant. Was it Rhoda Grant? 475, Monica Lennon, which is the report. Sorry, I stand corrected, Monica. The report on the Scottish Land Information Service. I'm always in favour in hearing what's going on and having accurate reports. So I'm minded to support Amendment 475 because I think it paints a more detailed picture. I have no other comments, so I'm happy to move to the Cabinet Secretary for your comments, Cabinet Secretary.
Thanks very much, Convener. I think just addressing the amendments that have been put forward in relation to the RCI, first of all, I think the regulations that we have around this are quite complex, so I think if we are to make any changes to them, they need to be really thought through in detail. We need to have wider discussion on them with relevant stakeholders, because I think without that, we'll have that risk of any unintended consequences that could come with changes. And I think it's also important to point out that most of the issues relating to RCI can actually be dealt with through the regulations as they exist at the moment, rather than trying to address them through primary legislation. Like when you look at issues relating to penalties as an example, again, we can properly address that through regulations that are subject to the affirmative procedure as well. I know that Mark Ruskell is also looking to remove the option of criminal penalties for those in breach of the RCI. I think I would have some concern around that, because I would like to think that the risk of a criminal record is quite a significant deterrent for those with responsibilities under the RCI, particularly because it can bar individuals from certain directorships and other roles which might be of interest to certain landowners too. And I think what's also key to this is that the police have an important role, because the powers that they have allow them to obtain information that's important in determining whether there's been a compliance breach as well. In relation to Rhoda Grant's amendments on security declarations spoken to by Mercedes Villalba today, I think it's important to note so far, and that's why I was interested to hear more information about it, and I'd be interested to understand a bit more of the rationale. We do only have one security declaration in place out of about 17,000 published entries on the register, so I don't believe that there's a particular issue in relation to that, but again, if there is, then I'm more than happy to have that conversation. And because I don't don't believe there's a particular problem with security declarations. I don't agree it would be appropriate to add duties to Register of Scotland and Police Scotland in the way that these amendments suggest until we are sure that there is a problem that has to be addressed. But in terms of some of these issues, I'm more than happy to have further discussions with Mark Ruskell, as well as with Rhoda Grant, to understand more about the rationale behind these amendments. But I would encourage the committee not to support them in this case. In relation to Amendment 470, I think I do support the overall outcome of what Ariane Burgess is aiming to achieve in delivering that comprehensive single source for a range of land and property data. However, I do have real concerns with the amendment because, first and foremost, it would have significant cost implications, potentially many millions of pounds to develop and then maintain a new register, as well as to gather that nationwide data of the sort that's been referenced in the amendment. And additionally, the existing Scot list, which we've discussed a lot today, kept and maintained by Registers of Scotland, already hosts quite an extensive range of information in an accessible map-based format too, and Register of Scotland, I know, continue to try and improve that service. I'm not clear on Amendment 475 that relates to the existing Scotland's Land Information Service maintained by Register of Scotland. I'm presuming that it does, but I think the way that it's drafted, it could also read as if it's about proposing a new Land Information Service, but I don't necessarily think that's the intention. Yes.
Yeah, just to clarify, it's relation to the existing service, okay. and just does she accept that, you know, compared to what was said by the former Deputy First Minister in 2015 to what we have currently, that there is a gap, you know, those shortcomings that Mark Ruskell outlined, and that's what we're trying to address and improve going forward?
Oh, I appreciate the points that have been made, but I think what I would also say is that the Keeper and the Accountable Officer have to give a regular update, and they provide regular accounts of Registers of Scotland work. They do that to the Economy and Fair Work Committee, within which that covers the updates in relation to Scotland, and I feel that that might be the more appropriate route through which progress is reported in relation to that. So that's why I'm not able to support that amendment today. And again, on Amendment 477, I'm unclear what it's trying to achieve, because I think my understanding is that the Keeper is already obliged to reflect the consideration on the face of the title sheet, whether that's monetary or not. I do also think that if any changes to the Land Register regulations are considered necessary, they can also be done by using that usual mechanism for amending regulations, and we don't necessarily need primary legislation to do that. And there hasn't been wider discussion or consultation with relevant stakeholders on any of the changes that are proposed, and that's why I wouldn't be supporting that amendment today.
Cabinet Secretary, I'm going to ask Mark Ruskell to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 375. Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. I think, having listened to the debate, I probably won't move either 375 or 376. I think, you know, to come back to your point, Convener, about whether there's a big problem here, I mean, clearly we've both come across an incident where it was disappointing that perhaps the police were unable to take the action that was needed to ensure compliance with the landowner. But whether that's a larger scale, wider problem, I think is certainly something that, you know, I'd be looking to Cabinet Secretary and Government to really look at, because we are now several years down the line from the rollout of the Register of Controlling Interests. It's an important part of the tools that we've got in the box to build much more transparency about how land is owned, how land is managed in Scotland. And clearly, you know, there are some examples where compliance is not happening. I mean, on the face of it, it still seems odd to me that, you know, we're creating in this bill a fine of up to £40,000 if somebody doesn't produce a community consultation on a land management plan, whereas a failure to actually declare who is financially behind the ownership of land in Scotland attracts only a £5,000 fine. Now, I get the difference that, you know, one is potentially a criminal conviction, but I think what we've seen through the small number of cases that come through already, the likelihood of a criminal conviction and the Procurator Fiscal taking on a case like that is vanishingly small. It would require a lot of research from the police, a lot of specialist research, and I don't know whether we'll ever actually get to a point where that would be, you know, taken towards a criminal conviction. So I'm just not clear that that is really a deterrent for non-compliance at the moment. But we're kind of guessing here until there's a bit more of a review of whether the Register of Controlling Interest is working or not. We don't know. We've just got anecdotes, and on the face of it, it appears that it's quite misaligned with the provisions that have been put into this bill, not just at stage 1, but the provisions that have changed in this bill as we've been going through stage 2 in other areas.
Would the member take an intervention?
Yes, I would. Yeah.
Thank you. Very grateful to Mark Ruskell for taking the intervention. Just wanted to ask if the member agrees that we have an opportunity with this legislation to close any potential loopholes, and so it's welcome to hear from the Cabinet Secretary. I think I heard that she would be willing to work with or have further conversations with Rhoda Grant about the areas raised in these 2 amendments of potential loopholes that might exist, and that we can then strengthen any legislation that does ultimately go through.
Yeah, and I think that the challenge here is getting the robust evidence, isn't it? So, I heard the Cabinet Secretary's remarks in relation to, perhaps the numbers of people that may have a security concern and therefore exempt from providing that information. We don't know, and I think, we are kind of where we are. This is a land reform bill that's in front of Parliament. There is a desire to change and fix a lot of things that we think are problematic. But, if we're reliant on kind of government commitments, in the future, or changing regulations at some point in the future, or reviewing things, I think now is the time to really pin down what those commitments are, Cabinet Secretary, so that there's some assurance to this committee at this place, right here in this room, that we know what is going forward. And I think that brings in ScotList as well. So, I think we're all agreed that ScotList is powerful, it's a useful tool, it could be more powerful, it could be more useful. But again, we're kind of fishing around to see, well, what's the next stage of development? And I think, you kind of made the admission as well, Cabinet Secretary, that it would cost more money to make it better, to make it more effective. Well, okay, what is the commitment there from government to do that? Is it a priority or not? And if it's not a priority, we should name it and say there is not a programme to expand ScotList further. The commitments that were made in 2015 and the digital working group are not going to be carried forward. And actually, we're just going to deal with what we've got at the moment. So, I'm aware that's another committee that would scrutinise the work of the Keeper and ScotList, but it's so fundamental to the work that we're doing here on land reform that I think it's important to bring that in. So I think I won't move 375 and 376. I think I will move 470, and we'll see where we get to with Monica Lennon's subsequent amendments, which are supportable, but I do think putting something into legislation right now is something I'd like to test within this committee.
Thank you very much. Mark Ruskell wishes to withdraw Amendment 375. Does anyone object to the amendment being withdrawn? No, no one does. Okay, so, sorry, did I hear some? No, no one does. Okay, so the next one is Amendment 376, which I'm calling, but Mark, you've intimated that you don't want to wish to move that amendment. So Amendment 376 is moved. I call Amendment 377 in the name of Rhoda Grant, already debated with Amendment 375. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. Call Amendment 378 in the name of Rhoda Grant, already debated with Amendment 375. Mercedes Villalba, to move or not move?
Not moved.
The call amendment now, 378, sorry. Yeah, I now call Amendment 467 in the name of Ariane Burgess in a group all on its own. Mark Ruskell to move and speak to Amendment 467. Mark.
Yeah, thanks very much, Convener. 467 makes small changes to the Community Empowerment Act and the 2003 Land Reform Act to support community bodies to own land or leases for community energy. And it would ensure policy coherence across portfolios. It would align Scottish Government objectives not only on land reform by empowering communities with more opportunities to own land, but also on community wealth building. Now, the Government have stated their commitment to increasing community-owned energy. We've got a target of 2 gigawatts by 2030, but we don't think that will be met without making more land available for community energy. Now, I think the Cabinet Secretary stated the Land Reform Bill will allow the benefits and opportunities of Scotland's land to be more widely shared, and I think community energy projects really show us how that can take place. And there's some great examples on Lewis, the Point and Shanwick Trust, generating, I think, about £900,000 a year for the local community. That's going to rise up to £2 million a year from a wind farm once the capital costs have been repaid. And that's really powering that community. It's providing grants to local primary school, grants to people who are living in fuel poverty. In my own constituency, the Fintry Development Trust has done amazing work over many years as well, pioneering that sort of development. Lots and lots of examples, positive examples actually, of communities backing renewable energy, actually being part of that successful picture of renewable development in Scotland and actually sharing in the rewards of it. But none of those projects could have really happened without the land being available for community renewables. And it's quite clear that while partnership working can take place between developers and communities, the best deals that communities can get is where they actually are the landowner. They own the land. They can strike the best partnership. They can get the best deals. So making more land available for community-owned renewables doesn't just benefit the community, it benefits Scotland as a whole. It means that more of that wealth that's generated from renewable energy generation in Scotland stays in Scotland. It doesn't get offshored. It doesn't go to shareholders. It increases public support for community energy as well. I think we see good evidence where communities are actually developing renewables themselves in the right places, entering into positive agreements with developers. Then that is driving support for those renewable projects. And I think that's important going forward. People need to be able to look up at the hill and the wind turbine there and recognise that them and their community and their families are getting a benefit from that. Otherwise, it feels like wealth is being extracted from Scotland. So I think it's critical for where we go forward. When there is space on public land that's suitable for renewables as well, first step should be to offer that land to local community organisations who wish to use it for that purpose. So the first part of Amendment 467 places a duty on ministers when deciding community asset transfer requests to exercise their function in a way which prioritises community ownership of green energy assets. And the last part of Ariane's amendment places a duty on ministers when assessing proposed land purchases under the community right to buy to consider the public interest reasons for increasing community green energy. And I think it's important that we move beyond what is currently has become quite a polarised debate, including this committee, with some of Douglas's amendments around whether we need to restrict transmission infrastructure, whether we need to restrict the growth of green energy. I think there's a way to do this which actually reflects the benefit of this, notwithstanding concerns about planning decisions and getting renewables in the right place. I think the ownership, the investment from the community, the engagement of the community is really critical to this. And I think we can see renewable energy develop in a way which benefits everybody. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Mark. Just looking to see if any other members want to speak. If I could just say, I looked at this and I understand what the member's trying to achieve under Amendment 467. What I think there is some confusion here is, and it takes me back to, again, a long time ago when I was a practising surveyor, something called the Critchley Down Rules, where land had been purchased under a compulsory purchase order by local authorities for various reasons, that should, at the end of that time, that land no longer be required for that purposes, it has to be offered back for sale to the person from whom it was compulsory purchased. And therefore, I think for this amendment to have any validity in this, I think that would have to be considered. And it slightly concerns me, and I'd look to the Cabinet Secretary, who may have a lot more information from her many advisers on the Critchley Down Rules and how that affects this particular amendment. But it does concern me, and for that reason alone, I can't support it. But I'd love to hear the Cabinet Secretary's views on it.
Problem. Thanks very much, Convener. I know that my colleague Gillian Martin has recently met with community energy stakeholders and around proposals to use public land for community energy projects. And of course, either myself or my colleagues would be happy to speak to Ariane Burgess in relation to this too. However, what I would say with this is, I think notwithstanding concerns that the Convener has outlined, there are quite a few practical difficulties with this amendment as it stands at the moment. So, for example, the changes to the Community Empowerment Act appear to apply to all land and buildings owned by all public authorities, and that would be irrespective of the nature of their use, irrespective of location, so it's unclear what's within the scope of the phrasing. And I would also say that public authorities have to consider 5 criteria in particular when they're looking at assessing asset transfer requests, and that includes things such as public health and economic development. And this amendment would add an overarching green energy priority, which just wouldn't work in practice, and I think it would make it too hard to ensure that we're giving due weight to particular merits of the application. However, I appreciate what Ariane Burgess is trying to achieve, and again, more than happy to have further discussions with her, together with my colleague Gillian Martin.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary, and I'm going to ask Mark Russell to wind up on behalf of Ariane Burgess and press will withdraw Amendment 467.
Yeah, so I think on the basis of that, look forward to having further discussions with Ariane over the summer about, how we can deliver the policy intent behind this, which is a, thriving community renewable sector, which communities feel that they're achieving the benefit of. So I won't be moving 467.
Sorry.
I won't be moving 467.
Yeah, no, sorry, I'd started on my spiel and you clearly haven't finished, so I apologise. Mark Russell wishes to withdraw Amendment 467. Does anyone object to this amendment being withdrawn? No one does. Therefore, the amendment is withdrawn. I call Amendment 468 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated, with Amendment 181. Mark Russell to move or not move that amendment?
Moved.
So the question is Amendment 468 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No, we're not. There'll be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart's voting against this amendment. So, Amendment 467, there's 2 votes for. 468, sorry, there are 2 votes for. There's 5 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 468 is not agreed. Right, I'm going to call Amendment 469 in the name of Ariane Burgess, grouped with Amendments 473, 474 and 505. Mark Ruskell, can you move Amendment 469 on behalf of Ariane Burgess and speak to the amendments in the group?
Yeah, OK, Convener, I'll do my best. So Amendment 469 would require Scottish ministers to establish a community land forum, bringing together local authorities, public bodies with duties related to housing, land or community development and public agencies. It would bring them together to identify areas of land that could be made available for community housing developments. So a forum of this kind has been recommended by the Scottish Land Commission based on its analysis of similar processes in England and the Republic of Ireland. So this amendment would be just the first step, requiring ministers to facilitate a space where discussions about land for community housing can be discussed by the main stakeholders and community groups with an interest. And ideally, a more robust proposal would be for a public body to actually be charged with acquiring suitable sites for community housing, creating a land bank of suitable sites that could be portioned out according to recommendations from the Community Land Forum. Highland Council have successfully assembled parcels of land through its own land bank fund since 2005. And this is an approach, certainly, that we would like to see taken across more local authorities. So Amendment 469 is really the first step towards a process of this kind, and I would like to urge members to support it.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call Monica Lennon to speak to Amendment 473 and any other amendments in the group. Monica.
Thank you, Convener. So on Amendment 473, a variety of types of common land, remnants of a much larger extent before enclosure and privatisation, still exist across Scotland. Their legal status is unclear and precarious. Many have been divided and appropriated by neighbouring landowners, and communities have lacked the means by which to protect them from such activities. For example, Carluke Commonty, which was saved by Andy Whiteman, known to members around the table, who worked with the Local Development Trust to register title to it. In England and Wales, the Commons Registration Act of 1965 has its purpose, quote, to provide for the registration of common land and of town or village greens, to amend the law as to prescriptive claims to rights of common and for purposes connected therewith, end quote. Scotland needs an equivalent register, as we have fallen way behind England and Wales in this regard. So the amendment provides for the creation of such a register and regulation-making powers to rewire that any local authority may seize and manage such assets or transfer them to an appropriate body. In the latter half of the 16th century, fully half of Scotland was held as part of some form of commons. Today, little remains, but what does deserves better protection. So I hope that explains the rationale behind this amendment.
Thank you very much. Monica, does anyone wish to speak in the amendment? I have a question on I think it's Mark Ruskell on Amendment 469, which he spoke to on behalf of Ariane Burgess, the establishment of a community land forum. I wondered if any work had been done with the Cabinet Secretary to identify costs relating to this and whether they should or would have to eventually be included in the financial memorandum if this was passed as part of the bill.
I don't actually have an answer to that.
Okay. On that basis, I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary will. To whom we come now, Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you very much, Convener. I think overall on the amendment that Mark Ruskell talked to this afternoon, I support the outcome that I think Ariane Burgess is trying to achieve with that, because ultimately it's about increasing the provision of more homes of the right type. I don't believe this amendment is the most effective way of doing that, because I think if we're talking about bringing stakeholders together, I don't think we need primary legislation for that to happen. And it is actually something, I think what Ariane has set out here is something that we've already committed to do through the Rural and Islands Housing Action Plan, where we've set out our work with local authorities and other stakeholders. Now, local authorities, national parks and the Scottish Government already have duties to support the provision of housing, and the establishment of a new forum in legislation, I think, has probably the potential more to confuse than actually strengthen the focus on addressing housing issues. There is no requirement for legislation, and the purpose and operation of the forum, how it would be resourced, and I think the powers that it would have remain unclear from the amendment. So I'm not able to support that today. Again, turning to amendments 473 and 505 in the name of Monica Lennon, I'm still not quite sure what's behind that. I do have a number of concerns with the amendments, though. Amendment 473 seems to establish a new register for various types of common land. Of course, I think when we talk about the creation of new registers, that is a really long, complex, expensive process, and I think there are likely to be very few examples left of the common land types listed in the amendment. And it would also require local authorities to seize land that's identified as common land, and I think that that has the potential to cause unintended consequences, and I think it would represent quite a significant impact on the property rights of the current owners and rights holders. Now, and just more broadly, I think this is an area that wasn't raised during the stage 1 consideration of the bill or the report, and I think it just would be something that needs that more detailed consideration and engagement with stakeholders, including local authorities, as part of that discussion. And I think in relation to Amendment 474, I think firstly, we're holding the land as commonty no longer suits the parties. But when we consider the division of the Commonties Act, allows an area of commonty to be divided between the owners in two circumstances. Firstly, we're holding that land as a commonty no longer suits the parties, and secondly, to allow enclosure and cultivation of the land. We don't think that there's necessarily merit in removing that right from the owners of the commonties, which aren't common land, as that term is usually understood. We don't expect there to be many commonties left in Scotland. There are some, and I think that if we are to repeal this, it needs the appropriate consideration. And again, it's something that hasn't been consulted on or more widely considered during the development of the bill. So for these reasons, I would ask the committee not to support it. I'm happy to take your point.
Thank you. There. So I think you've made some fair comments, Cabinet Secretary, in relation to Amendment 473. I just realised I didn't actually speak to Amendment 474 in the interest of time, perhaps. But just to say again, I think there's some fair points being made. This issue was raised in the previous land reform bill, again at stage 2, and there was obviously back and forth at that time. Now I think there's been a question mark over what exactly was agreed in terms of what the Scottish Law Commission would or wouldn't do in this regard. And I think there's an appetite to try and tidy up what looks like quite archaic legislation. I appreciate this perhaps isn't the right time to do it, but I just wondered if the government has a view on when might be the right time to give this attention.
Yeah, I believe the Cabinet Secretary, Rosanna Cunningham, had written to the Scottish Law Commission at that time, but I would have to follow up with more information in relation to that. And unfortunately, I don't have that to hand at the moment in terms of where that work ended up.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. And I'm now going to move to Mark Ruskell to wind up. And sorry?
Sorry, I just went here.
Don't put me off, Mark. It's getting too late in the day. If you stop me in mid-flow, I'm going to get lost.
Okay, go.
So I'm going to ask you to wind up or press or withdraw Amendment 469 on behalf of Ariane Burgess.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I accept the comments from Cabinet Secretary in relation to how this is being progressed in other ways. I'm just simply reiterate the point that this was a recommendation from the Scottish Land Commission. There are similar processes underway in England and Ireland, so I think that is what we'll kind of judge future progress to. And I think to go back to convener's point about relative costs, I mean, I think a comparison looking at how similar processes have worked elsewhere would certainly answer that question going forward. And can I just briefly say about, so I won't move the amendment, I'll just say about the Monica Lennon's amendments as well. I mean, this does feel like it's an area of land reform that continually gets dropped off. Whenever a land reform bill comes forward, it's all like, it's actually a bit difficult to consider communities and common land. And I recognise that's probably because a lot of this land has been eroded over time. And private landowners have maybe expanded a garden, or private developers have managed to come into an area, particularly common good land, and take it over and develop there without there being clarity as to legal status. I absolutely came across this issue when I was a councillor in Dunblane, and we worked a little bit with Andy Whiteman at that point on trying to work out where the common land was. So, I know this is an area which dates way back, probably to the last Scottish Parliament, but in 1695. But these are areas of land that are held for communities, and we need to give it a little bit of care and attention. It feels like there's another land reform bill has come and gone now, and because the work hasn't been done on it, there's nothing we can really do legally on this now. But it's just gonna sit there, and I think it does need a bit of care and attention going forward.
I wasn't sure if that was a Cabinet Secretary heaving a sigh of relief or whatever, but I get it that you're not going to press Amendment 469, is that right?
Moves
so I just want to check. Mark Ruskell on behalf of Ariane Burgess wishes to withdraw Amendment 469. Does anyone object to the amendment being withdrawn? No one objects, therefore the amendment's withdrawn. So I call Amendment 470 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 375. Mark Ruskell to move or not move?
Is this 470, convener? Yeah.
Sorry?
Sorry, was that 470?
470,
yeah. Moved.
Moved. So the question is Amendment 470 be agreed. Are we all agreed? No, we're not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. For the record, Kevin Stewart is voting against this amendment. So there are, on Amendment 470, there are 2 votes for, there are 5 votes against, therefore Amendment 470 is not agreed. I call Amendment 471 in the name of Ben Macpherson, already debated with Amendment 371. Ben Macpherson to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. Call Amendment 473 in the name of Monica Lennon, already debated with Amendment 469. Monica Lennon to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call Amendment 474 in the name of Monica Lennon, already debated with Amendment 469. Monica Lennon to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 475 in the name of Monica Lennon, already debated with Amendment 375. Monica Lennon to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 477 in the name of Monica Lennon, already debated with Amendment 375. Monica Lennon to move or not move?
Not moved.
Right. Good. Now, I had a question in my mind whether we would go on to the next section and debate that, and then we would have a series of 10 votes, which would have taken us beyond the 1:30 deadline. And I think that would be unfair on members who are getting ready or need to speak in the chamber this afternoon. So disappointingly, for those who were in the swing of this and were ready to push on further and faster with the amendments, I'm going to call a halt to it. And we remind members that we are back here at 17:45 with the approval of Bureau for the next set of amendments tomorrow evening. So we'll see you then, and I therefore close the meeting. Thank you very much.